If the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You wanna get a news update, don't spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon Bada. Skiddy biddy dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. Gua. Bese gua, kudileo. Gua, kudileo. Todo spoon. Yes, what you information. Todo spoon. Yes, what you batile. Spoon television. Yes, what you batile. Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEOs, Dan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Todo spoon to get your information. Todo spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just don't spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You wanna get a news update, don't spoon. What? Yeah.
Okay.
Kilibamba.
Welcome to it. Welcome wherever you are and whatever you are doing for. good
Yes, I
evening,
do
good
got
afternoon, just wherever you're watching us from or listening to us from. It's a pleasure to welcome you to yet another very informative edition of your most preferred nighttime show, the Spoon Talk, right here, Spoon 107.5. We're also coming to you live average 101.1. We're also live on TV Live, Fabric TV Live, Fiscal TV Live, and on our areas. We are also relayed on local radio stations across Liberia. So it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Yekezi Zwobel. I'm sitting in as a producer tonight. Someone is saying that my audio is not that good. So we will take a quick break to make some adjustments right now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon resignation.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Okay, so welcome back. Yes, we apologize for the interruption of the music there. But folks, welcome to this edition of the Spoon Talk again. My name is Yekezi Zobe, sitting in as your producer. The show promises to be very, very interesting tonight because tonight appearing is Finance and Development Planning Minister, Augustine B. Gafwan. He's going to be the guest tonight, and as soon as the CEO and his team of panelists join us, they're going to be beginning the program with the Finance Minister as a guest tonight. So you don't want to go away. You want to stick by your radio because, a lot of information will be given to you here as we are expecting the finance minister here this evening. So it's now 20 minutes up until 9 o'clock. So welcome to it. And those of you watching, those of you listening, you are all welcome. And let's have a wonderful time together. I've been joined by Dr. Richardson is in the back once she comes on. I don't know whether she still has the authority to come on by herself. Okay, all right. So once she gets ready, she comes on the show. But folks, a lot of trending issues in the country. Ranging from the latest update about the 3 individuals who died in the late Senator Prince Johnson's vehicle. Others were injured and were admitted, and there's some update on that. So 2 individuals, 2 of those who got injured, fortunately, have been discharged. All right, and they were discharged on yesterday, and 1 person remains under observation in the trauma ER, the emergency room there. But according to information, the person is stable and is awaiting to be discharged as well. But as you may know, on Wednesday, 3 persons lost their lives in an accident using the vehicle of the late Senator Prince Yomi Johnson. Yeah, so that's the update on that development. And current voting has been going on in Ghana. Voting has been going on in Ghana and across all the 276 constituencies, with 18,774,159 registered voters expected to cast their ballots at 40,648 polling stations in Ghana. The presidential race is between the current vice president, Mohamedou Bawumia, of the ruling New Patriotic Party, the NPP, and he's against his main challenger, former President John Dramani Mahama of the opposition National Democratic Congress, NDC. So we look forward to, a peaceful election there in Ghana. And so also in Kakata, Magi County, specifically at the BWI campus, the Booker Washington Institute. Today, the 2024 National Agriculture Fair ended there today, and that event was held under the theme promoting agriculture for food security, nutrition, and sustainable development. And it brought together farmers, government officials, international partners, and agricultural stakeholders to celebrate Liberia's agricultural sector and to chart a path for its transformation. So the fair ended today at the Booker Washington Institute. So, folks, as we await the team to join, we will open the lines so that you call and tell us what's on your minds. All right? What's on your minds this evening? What are some of the trending issues that you like to speak to this evening? And the numbers are 0777 771 075 0777 775 and there's something that I left out about the trending issues here. So the Legislative Budget Office of the 54th, that's the 55th legislature, has released a calendar of events for the draft 2025 national budget hearing with ministries and agencies. The revenue component of the budget kickstarts on Monday, December 9, 2024. So it seems that, the dispute or controversy at the lower house is far from being resolved in spite of the Supreme Court's interpretation of the law. I'll call that interpretation of the Constitution in that matter. So both sides are claiming victory. Right after the ruling, the embattled speaker, Fonanti Kofa, he posted on his Facebook handle that is a victory for him, and the other side have been speaking to the press, and they are all claiming victory. But this release seems to be from the majority bloc, because it is they are the ones who have the budget, and they have released a calendar of events for the draft 2025 national budget hearing with ministries and agencies. Okay, so it seems we'll not go to the lands because we've already on that. How you doing?
How you doing, Yankee? I'm afraid that you can afford to sleep tonight, Yankee.
I'm not.
How are you?
I'm okay.
Good.
Yeah, so I'm not sure I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, but he will be on the show, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to get on.
Okay, so folks, that's it right here. So the calendar of events for the draft 2025 national budget hearing is up, and The CEO just went in the back, and once he comes back, yeah, we will be kickstarting the show. I'm seeing the finance minister in the background, so it tells you that all is set for the commencement of the show and for this very, very fascinating discussion with Augustine Kwe Ongafwan, the finance minister of the Republic of Liberia. So don't go away. Dr. Richardson, welcome.
How you doing, Yaketsi? You all right?
I'm okay. How yourself?
Good. Good. It's good to see you. Yeah,
Good to
today
see
with
you.
us. Yes. I just want to welcome. I want to join you in welcoming everybody to Spoon Talk, your show, your way of participating and giving feedback to us, and our way of bringing you information that you've never ever experienced before. I would say in my history of existence. I love Spoon TV because it provides a diversity of opinion. We come here, we have different views. Sometimes it gets very rough, very rocky, but don't mind all our rockiness sometimes, you know. But it's great to hear from my small brother, Representative from the family today. He called me to wish me happy birthday.
Oh,
Despite
and I forgot. Happy birthday.
how can you forget, Yakesi?
I'm sorry.
Did you not see the
I actually saw the post on Spoon TV Live, but you know, it's from the comment that I got reminded.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
well,
okay. That's
happy
okay.
birthday.
Hey,
Happy
all right.
birthday.
Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry
Thank you.
for that.
Then that's all right. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so despite it getting rocky, you know, he just called me to wish me a happy birthday today. So it was good hearing from my young brother, representative for the family. Besides that, everything is good
Okay.
on my end, my neck of the wood. So we didn't take calls yet, right?
No, not yet.
Okay, I don't know what Stanton would like to do at this moment because I do see that we have the Minister of Finance in the back. So I know we were dealing with time today. Stanton had put a straight time restriction in the chat room today, asking everybody to please be here when the minister is on because he had a time limitation here with us. But yes, everyone, I just want to prepare you. I want to prepare you to receive the minister today. Please type in your questions, ask your questions. It's going to be a wonderful show. This is, why I like Spoon. We bring people to you who can provide information to you. So, Stanton, I want to circle back to you.
Dr. Richardson, happy birthday to you. You refuse to take our birthday calls. You refuse to acknowledge our text messages. But in the wisdom of your political leader, Mr. Arizona Cummings, whose birthday it is today as well,
Yes.
I want to wish Mr. Cummings happy birthday and wish you happy birthday.
But what are you laughing for?
Bambula said I should wish you happy birthday too. And
Thank you.
I think we're gonna let bygone be bygone because today is Dr. Richardson's birthday, folks. And today is Mr. Cummings' birthday, her political leader. Mr. Cummings, today is his birthday. And we want to say happy birthday to Mr. Arizona Benedict Cummings.
You know something? You're right. Let bygone be bygone. Let's put this whole story, let's put that story to rest. Because you can be coming with different story.
I just say I call you 2 times. Laura and I called to wish you happy birthday. You refuse to pick up the call. I put the text in the chat room. You refuse to acknowledge any one of us text messages. We go ahead. We posted you on Facebook, over 4,000 comments and everything, and you refusing to acknowledge that.
Actually, I was waiting until I like to wait until like after 12 o'clock to acknowledge others who have texted me. So I want to just publicly tell my co-panelists that I appreciate them. I am reading the text.
I always felt bad, but that's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Again, I'm saying today is Mr. Cummings' birthday. Nobody should put 1.61% up. Today is Mr. Cummings' birthday.
No, man, let her keep. I wanted to put the whole time now. Can I please just comment?
Listen, guys. We have
7% to represent December 7th. for my
we
birthday,
have,
Mr. Cummings' birthday. And you
we
have to put
have,
1% for Mr. Cummings.
that's what Richard saying. Can we let it one go now?
No, but I want
Please.
to do 1 point. You see that what
No.
I want to plan can finish.
But that Richard saying, it's your birthday. We're trying to celebrate you, right? On this great day, you was born in New York, Brooklyn, New York, right? Your mother and your father took you back home in Beaumont. You grew up at the age of 13 and they brought you back. We know that history. We know you. We know your life history. Mr. Cummings, this is Mr. Cummings. Happy birthday to Mr. Cummings. We wish you well, Mr. Cummings. I hope you enjoy. I hope you're celebrating your birthday, Mr. Cummings. You know, Mr. Cummings, we love you. But Jesus loves you the best. All right. And we wish you well. And I want to say again, we have the.
Well, I be talking about when I'm political leader, you must get vexed. Okay.
Listen,
did y'all notice that he can get vexed? That when he start arguing, you start siding with the guests.
No, talking about Joseph Boakai. Why you get vexed?
Oh, yesterday by the time I started hitting Joseph Boakai, well, from you get.
No, always talking about Joseph Boakai. There's nothing the public get to lose. So talk about him.
You know what I noticed? I noticed when I gave the message to the executive branch, and I heard that it was rumored that Joseph Boakai, President Joseph Boakai, was behind the removal of fanatical fire. That when you
talk about that, let's go ahead and
see what you do. He just do a 360 on you. That way you do a 360.
Because I want to say, I want us to do it later because we're going to have the Honorable Minister from our Minutes. So that's what I'm saying. We have Honorable Augustin Kpei Gafwan, right? We're going to take, before we bring him on, we're going to take maybe 10 calls. Let's hear you. I think it was 9/11 or 9/10 he was confirmed, Dr. Richard said. But he been around the block, right? He been around the block. He's not a stranger to this, right? He's coming to say what now? I always say, well, is this the same Augustin Kpei Gafwan Dr. Richardson from Madam Salif time? You know, you understand that he was 2008, he became finance minister, but from then up to 2012, he left. It been like 12 years. 12 years. He been out of that office. 12 years. So I'm asking myself, what's new? What has he returned with? What are we going to get from Minister Gafwan? I mean, are we going to see Samuel Twe in Minister Gafwan with all the math and all the big terminology when you talk about the economy of the country? Or are we going to see the bread and butter Minister Gafwan? The one that say, I feel your pain, Dr. Richard saying. I know what it means to be struggling right now and making $100 a month. I know what it means that you can go to the hospital and the hospital is so dry that people are dying. Are we going to see that Minister Gafwan that we want to talk about the people? Or are we going to see Minister Gafwan that we're talking about partners and European Union and the World Bank and the IMF bringing millions of dollars on a seminar tour that we never felt that Dr. Richard said. Are we going to see the Minister Gafwan that we're talking about MCC and talking about we getting $400 million, but yet and still we can pass compact. I want the real Minister Gafwan to stand up tonight. I want the bread and butter Minister Gafwan. I want a Minister Gafwan that can look in the camera, no, and tell the market women and men and the young boys and girls and people that are struggling and say better days ahead. No, I'm not going to preach his message tonight. I'm coming just look at me. That's how I'm coming, Dr. Richardson. I got nothing in my hand because I want to speak the people language and I want to speak to the Liberian people and ask the question on behalf of the Liberian people with everything that's happening. Would the real Minister Augustin Kpei Gafwan please stand up? So let me hear you, Dr. Richardson. Before we go to the phone line, we'll take 10 calls. So we'll bring the minister on. Again, we got 4 more minutes to do this. Let's give you 30 seconds, Dr. Richardson.
We can move on to the phone calls. We didn't do that before you got here.
Thank you very much. So you can select 10 calls, home or outside of Liberia, in Liberia, 10. Put the number up, and the people are expecting Minister Gafwan. And we're going to have a wonderful show today. Guess who's back? Dr. Richardson, guess who's back? Mommy. My man is back. Can you imagine? Oh, Dr. Bobla is back too. What's going on? These guys are trying to, they got something personal against Minister Gafwan. Dr. Bobla is coming back. He been off for almost 3 weeks. Mommy been off for a month. Where are you guys from? Dr. Bobla, where are you from? But we're going to get back to you. Let's take our 10 calls. Go ahead, Yakazi.
Okay, 0777-771-075, 0555-101-075 are the numbers to put it through. Let's talk to the first person. Good evening, your name and where you join us from.
Hello, nice to do John from Waterside this evening.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the show. I want to thank the CEO, Mr. Stanton Waterspoon. We always follow the show. Thanks for the work you guys do for our country.
Okay.
I hope Minister Gafwan coming to net for us to hear some good, development upcoming in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's talk to another person. Good evening.
Hello, Yagasi.
Good evening. Your name and where you join us from.
Thank you, Andrew Aspire Jr. I'm calling you from Tower, New Georgia, member of the Martin Rescue Mission Information Hub.
Let's hear you.
All right, let me say happy birthday to Alexander Cummings and our Iron Lady on the show, Madam Richardson. I want to say two things quickly. Regarding to our government and that of Georgia government.
No, the finance minister is coming on. What do you expect from the conversation?
Yeah, one I know. So regards of the finance minister, you see, this is one of the best steps that President Boga took to appoint our finance minister. But we know that beginning 2025, we will see that no civil servant in government will take below 150 years, which of course our finance minister promised that, and we know that he will re-emphasize on that.
Thank you. Okay, let's talk to another person. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and where you join us from?
I'm not
Your name?
financial.
Okay, let's hear you quickly.
Okay, I want to say happy birthday to Reggie. We are the starting photo. We expect more from Minister Gafwan. Thanks.
Okay.
Let me take this one real quick. Yakazi, your name and where you joining us from? You got 10 seconds, Papa Bob. Talk to us.
This is, how you doing, Dr. Richardson? Happy birthday. Center, I want all of us to preach peace in our country. Our country is the only place we will never, ever be deported.
What's your expectation of the show tonight with Minister Gafwan coming on?
Listen, man, it will be very great. I think Gafwan will make the case for the Liberian people and the government of our country so that he can push forward development in our country, not destruction.
Again, Papa, we want to say, Papa Debo, thank you very much for calling on the show tonight. We have to rush because we want to take only 10 calls. Let me take this one. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hi, all. I'm James Tondo, and I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Talk to us.
Thanks for the show. I just have a question that I would like you to ask Minister Gafwan. The question is simple. What is the government plan to stimulate the economy? Talking both on micro with the I and micro with the A, economics.
Thank you very much. Talking about economic stimulation. Thank you very much. Let me take my last one from my end. Then you can finish up in Liberia, where you're taking the call from. Your name and where you joining us from?
Well, I'm Clarence M. Benson, and I call from Hamilton, Ontario, Canada.
Talk to us, all the way in Canada. Talk to us, please.
Let me say happy birthday to Dr. Richardson and her political leader, Mr. Cummings. But let me fast forward. We hope to have a more spiritual conversation with one of the best ministers and one of the best appointments that President Walker has made. And we look forward to more changes. And we hope Liberia, by this time, our people will have gone to a different level.
Again, thank you very much, folks. We're going to stop this fire. It's 4 o'clock. That would be 4:01 Eastern Time, USA. You find yourself in Liberia, it will be 9:01. Because they want to appreciate you. We will start the show, and those that come in later will join us because we have a limited time with the minister tonight. So we have to start the show, but now. Again, to the minister and his team, we're going to remove one of your video because we have to bring the rest of the guys on. Once the minister is ready, I want to say to you, Yekezi, just let us know that we can bring him on. Please reach out to the team Nelson and Haji, with the minister, ask them. I see some movement, but once the minister is ready, we'll bring them on. Dr. Bobla, welcome. Dr. Bobla, it's good to have you. How you doing? You're muted, Dr. Bobla.
I'm doing great, CEO. Good to be back. I want to first say happy birthday to my esteemed friend and colleague, Dr. Richardson. Wishing you God's choicest blessings today and every day. And you can see, thank you, man. Y'all make this show work. Stanton just get all the credit, but y'all do the work. So
exactly. And that Dr. Bobla, want to say our sympathy to you again while you're going through the family trouble. We wish the family strong Godspeed. I put that in the test, but again, we will share this time with you. We can discuss it later, but again, we wish you and the family well. And I really want to say, yes, indeed, there was a reason why Dr. Bobla was off, but thank God that you're back, and we're going to be having a wonderful discussion. You can see, where are we? Are we good to bring the minister on?
Yeah, so they said they are almost set, but we should give them like a minute.
Thank you. Dr. Richardson, though, everybody saying happy birthday to you. I don't know why.
I just want to tell everybody thank you. Thank you, Dr. Brubler. Thank you. I had to laugh also. Dr. Brubler typed in the chat room, I think it was like around 7:40 or something. Stanton is an agitator.
I saw that.
Yes, I really did.
Instigator. He's both.
Yes, and that was just coming. So that comment, that just kind of let me know that we're thinking this.
No, but Dr. Bobla, while we wait on the minister, right? Dr. Bobla, listen, I got my own stuff going on, but you know why? I allow the Lord to take care of it. I relax my mind. I don't get into feelings. I'm not angry because it only eats you up, Dr. Bobla. It's like I just cool off and just make yourself happy. Eat good food, exercise, and
And that's the best way. That's the best way to do it. You do your part and let him do his. So that's the best way to do it.
I see people take the whole word and put it in their hands and say, you know what? I think the world is coming to an end. I'm frustrated. I'm going, no. I'm going to go downstairs to my gym. I'm going to exercise. I'm going to eat my food. I'm going to get in my car, go to the Wawa, get me a hot coffee. I'm going to be on a phone call, cracking joke, laughing, and just take it day by day because you know why? The Bible says, casting all your cares onto the Lord, for He.
I read that. I read that somewhere. Look, if stress will solve problems, we all will be problem free. So whenever you are stressed with something, don't incur multiple casualties. You look up and you move forward. One thing at a time, one day at a time. So yeah, I'm with you in that.
Yeah, let's see what you can see. Are we still okay with the minister? We're still waiting on him. And like Dr. Bobla said, one day at a time, sweet Jesus. Ooh, that's all you gotta know. One day at a time, it should be okay. Are we good, Yakazi? With the minister? What the minister is? Listen, that's what the minister time is important with the minister. Minister Gaffa, the people are waiting. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. I want to say something. Are we good?
We're good now.
Nelson, are we good?
Yes, sir. We're all set.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, while you share the show, I want to say to all of you again, we put aside the jokes and I want to say thank you for joining us. It's always good having you, Siata Tembe, Masia Snelling, AJ, and everybody else. Sylvester Chittleplay, you'll share the show on Facebook, on YouTube, Instagram. We're going to be bringing in the finance minister, finance and planning, right? Minister Augustin Gafwan of the Republic of Liberia. Minister Gafwan, it's good to have you. Welcome to the Spoon Talk for the very first time. for your. We say welcome, man. It's good to have you. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you, Stanton, and it's good to be on my inaugural edition of the Spoon Talk. And I think before I logged in, I heard you extending birthday greetings to Dr. Francine Chenoweth and ABC, Alexander Benedict Cummings. Let me say birthday to these two compatriots, and let me add my colleague, former colleague in the cabinet, Amara Kone, and he's celebrating his birthday today. So I think it's good reason to celebrate. Happy birthday to you all.
You are quite correct, Amara Conan. I didn't see it, but thank you for reminding us. So we say to Senator Conan from Bapalu, happy birthday to you, Senator Amara Conan. We're wishing you well. We're wishing you Godspeed. And I got a famous video for Amara. Yakezi, can you find that video, 6-second video when he was crying? Let's do that as a birthday treat to Amara Conan, Yakezi. Or Nelson, can you find it and send it to me? I love to play that video.
Papa, you on again? You ready?
But you know, we here to discuss the people's business. We here to discuss the country business. We want to say, thank you very much for joining us. Whether we accept your invite or not, let's discuss Liberia. As always, it's a pleasure having our guests. We're going to be very, very straight up because above all, it's our country. We give you time to introduce yourself properly this time around. Not 2008, but this time around, not the Madam Salif, but Jose Yumabwaka, Augustine Pehegafwan. It's all yours to properly introduce yourself to our audience, sir.
Well, let me try to be as concise as possible. In terms of introduction, I was born in Monrovia, precisely at Bassa Community. In Bassa Community, the old maternity center. Grew up in Logan Town, and then grew up in Garnersville. And then I attended school in Logan Town. I attended the Bozeman Junior High School, Jamaica Road, then to BWI, and then to the University of Liberia. And then when we left the university, I was hired through a meritocratic recruitment process by the central bank when it was transitioning from National Bank to the Central Bank of Liberia, early 2000, under the governorship of Governor Salibe. I started as a bank examiner, and then we grew up the chain. I became a senior banking analyst in the domestic banking department. And then we benefited from scholarship, central bank scholarship. I went and got graduate education at the Simon School of Business in New York, returned in 2004, contributed, became a professional attached with the governor. At the time, it was Governor Green. I was attached with him in his office, studying him. And then when the elections of 2005 came, that led to the victory of Madam Salif. She asked me to join government to become the budget director. I was budget director of the Republic of Liberia. At the time, the budget bureau was autonomous bureau, not under the Ministry of Finance. And I was a cabinet member. At the time, the youngest cabinet member, actually. I was 35, going to 36. The average age of the cabinet was, I think, almost 50. After 2.5 years, Madam Salif asked that I go up and take up the Herculean challenge of managing our economy. In August 2008, I became Minister of Finance, and then in 2012, after the victory of the Unity Party headed by Madam Salif, I was transitioned to becoming the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Dean of the Cabinet, which job I did up to 2015 October, when I decided, in respect of the code of conduct, I said that if political or cabinet level officials or appointees wanted to engage in politics at whatever levels, you needed to resign. And I had said that I would not be politically inactive in 2017. And so I decided to respect the code of conduct and I resigned as Minister of Foreign Affairs. And then the 2017 came, I became a campaign manager of the UP campaign to bring non-President Barker to power. We did not succeed. I remain in the country to contribute my quota. I continue to serve on the board of the University of Liberia as secretary. I did some ad hoc professional things, including serving as a member of the board of EcoBank Liberia before I was hired rather by the African Development Bank in 2020 as its country manager for Uganda, which job I have been doing until President Barker called upon me to come back to the home front to contribute my quota to country. And so, in a nutshell, this is me, and it's good to be here to engage with you all in a very, very, very robust conversation.
Thank you very much, Minister Gafwan. It's always good again to see you. For the record, we have never met. That's a good thing. So I can ask all my hard questions because, like I would say, I'm so happy to be joined by Dr. Richardson, the birthday lady, Dr. Boble, and Mr. Duadu. We come here every day just to do one piece of job, to inform the Liberian people. So like you joining us, everyone watching, we continue to ask you, please share this show, invite your friends, and let's get into it.
Decided to dress like a Gola chief.
Exactly, as a Gola chief today. Actually, my uncle got me this outfit, showed it from Liberia last week, so I can enjoy it.
That's good. That's very good. Very beautiful.
I'm trying to make me back for me to go get my own, but I will not put it on. That's all. So, but let's get to this though. When you were doing your opening, before we get to some of the serious issue, you say you follow the code of conduct, you resign because you couldn't go against the code of conduct. The party that you have served all your life, so I say all your life because it's been a long, long time, and now the party, this government, you are the finance minister. We're saying folks of the Unity Party, I'm restricting it only to the Unity Party, serving in the government and still holding on to the party position. You resign. Why are they not resigning? Why do they have to go to the ombudsman and take the ombudsman to court? And people feel that again, that this is something wrong. I mean, can you speak to that? And let's just take this off the park before we get into the question.
Well, I think Mo Ali was on this show a few days ago to explain the rationale. This is a country of laws, and everyone has different perspectives on issues, and everyone can articulate his or her concerns in ways they deem best. And I respect the rights of others to assert their rights. And so, according to what I heard, is that those that felt that the action of the ombudsman was injurious to their rights, they've taken it to court, and that it has reached as far as the Supreme Court. Let me say I respect their rights to operate in ways that they deem best, as I respect my own rights to operate in ways that I deem best for myself.
But then you choose to just resign.
Yes, I mean, let me just give, I don't want us to get locked in this so much, but, you know, when the code of conduct was being discussed, it came at the cabinet, and that I was dean of the cabinet. We raised some issues concerning it being biased against the cabinet, because it was saying that you needed to resign 2 years before you could engage in any political activity, even if you wanted to run for representative. When the sitting incumbents will not be resigning, but we understand that you wouldn't want active cabinet ministers competing for positions, but the lead time for resignation was too long. We raised the issue at cabinet. I think so. There are some colleagues around. I don't want to call their names now, but we did not succeed in changing that position, and that became the code. And as I said, when I was resigning, I did not agree with the code. I differ with it, but I was respecting it anyhow because that was the choice that I had decided to take. And so, but it eventually turned out that others challenged the code in the code of law, including, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Honorable Conway and others, and that they chose their path. I did not want to go through long path of haggling, and I decided to resign from the government. And I went and met the president and told her respectfully that the law we have says that if you want to be active politically, you must disengage. I would have loved to continue, but I have to respect the law. And
So let's brush up thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Let's take away the next thing, and then we'll get to the finance ministry. The asset recovery, you declare your asset just September, October, November, December, you declaring your assets so fast compared to the president coming back and asking and giving grace period. Well, why you think that other folks in the government kind of like, not too serious with this asset declaration?
Well, let me say that the law requires that political appointees, it's not only political appointees, in fact, those that are involved in procurement and others. I'm very happy that before I came in, all the political appointees at the Ministry of Finance had declared their assets, which is good. We've sent out information that others who are non-political appointees, but they are in financial management and procurement, they are going to declare their assets as required by law because it appears to people that only political appointees are required. So we are going to enforce it. I, as minister, I'm going to enforce it, and to enforce, I have to be in the foreground of abiding by the law. So I declared and I decided to publish, which is not a requirement, but the president set a very good example. He declared, he published, the vice president did, and others have done. And I'm the key manager of the fiscal house of the country. The owner is on me to do as the law required, so I did. And so people are following suit without even memo, because I said I would do it, without even the memo. I'm told that the folks below the political appointee level at the ministry have decided to follow suit. So, but generally, when you look at the compliance rate now and compare before, the compliance rate is very encouraging. So we can look at, yes, it would have been good that everyone would have done this thing ever since, and I encourage colleagues who are in the process. Sometimes it's a meticulous process. You got to involve lawyers and people that you co-own properties with, and sometimes it's time intensive. So I don't know why some have delayed, but I would just urge, as the president has urged, that we need everyone in the government who is required to declare should do so and put this
So
behind
with asset and everything, you're walking with 533,000, a little over change. I just have to announce that because that's a pretty good asset and cash sitting somewhere for the minister. Now, let's get back to the issue, Minister Gafwan. Let's talk about, we're going to do 2 questions each. Let's talk about doing your confirmation. You vowed to address the continuous harmonization policy that was placed by CDC. A lot of people today, they are not clear as to your position within the 2025 budget. Do we have harmonization anywhere in that budget? Do you think you are still operating under the CDC harmonization policy? Can you tell us yes or no whether you are still operating under CDC harmonization policy?
Stanton, I was confirmed as the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Liberia. I did not leave my job in Uganda because I wanted to be the minister for a faction or a party, but I feel that Liberia needed me. And let me just say to you that one of the reasons why, it was a difficult decision, but one of the reasons why I decided to come was I have one or two folks that will record talk shows, community radio talk shows, and people from Granji there, named by others. The overwhelming view from the Liberian people was that I should return home. So I've come to serve Liberia. So this is not a partisan thing here and there. So I don't want to talk about CDC, UPNC, and I'm the seven for all. The rules we will build will be used by all. The salaries we are increasing in the budget for next year.
We'll come to it, Minister Gafwan. We'll talk about the rules. We'll talk about everything. But the question when I say CDC, Minister, 1 minute. I got to say this, Minister. When I say CDC, it's because the harmonization came by way of CDC government. So let's be straight up. Just to remind our folks, do you operate under that same harmonization policy, Minister?
Look, in my comment, I said the harmonization, the crafting and the harmonization became the subject of contentious debate on all sides. The merits, the demerits, and I do not want to nickel and dime on it, but all I can say is that there have been some issues, and it is the duty of the government to look at those issues and see to the extent possible to address some of those concerns that have come up. And we've started to deal with some of the challenges, like the judiciary. Judges were caught below their pay levels. Judges are restricted from engaging in business and other things. And I think without even announcing it, in a recast budget, there's been some adjustment that I'm told now that judges are making the salaries that they should have been making. Now, as in the new budget, we're not calling it addressing harmonization or whatever. We're addressing concerns that are genuine. The amount that we will use to put people at pre-harmonized levels will be very huge. We do not have the resources for that, but we decided to start a joining. And the joining is that, there were attempts by the past government to try to migrate everyone to 150 as a minimum, as required by the Decent Work Act. But everyone, unfortunately, had not, been put at that level. There were people still, not too many, but there were people, still making below 150. When I heard it, adopted it, and I went and asked the folks, and they called some names, including somebody in River G that was making $53. One of the things that is going to happen is that if the budget is passed, nobody in government, paid by government, will make below 150. That is President Bokai's first commitment to the Liberian people. 150 US.
But Minister, we got to move on though. Are we operating under the past government harmonization policy, sir?
Stanton, the harmonization policy was instituted by the past government. The harmonization policy had its merits and had some demerits. One of the good things about it was the the collapsing of the pay, the allowance, and the salary. Everything was collapsed in one package. Although in the the actual payment, you can now decide the currency mix, either Liberian dollars, a percentage in Liberian dollars and a percentage in US dollars. But there were people that were harmonized below their harmonized pay grades. There are issues there where you have a situation where you say people in this category, assuming they're making 3,000, you say, okay, there's fiscal austerity. All of them should make 2,000, but there are some folks that were put below the 2,000. Those things are there. Yeah, amen. So it's all over the place, but some were put at those levels. So what we are doing as a government is to start. It's going to be a multi-year journey to make sure that we properly incentivize the civil service. For this year, we're focusing mainly on the health.
So to my question, you are still operating under the George Manawia government harmonization policy, but on a different level. Am I correct?
We're not operating. The effects of the policy are still around. Everyone has not been disentangled from some of the effects of the harmonization. So in year one, we are taking some actions. We are going to be, as I said, judges have already started to be paid at their levels. They were downgraded in terms of pay because of the austerity that came through.
Do you think the Liberian people worry about judges' pay or worry about the people out there that are making the $50, $100, $200? Because I'm asking the question, this is my last question because the rest of the guys got to come on, is that we are talking about harmonization here. We are talking about somebody that will be paying almost $75 from Rayland to Broad Street. And in a month time, that person you say will make $150. So they are taking home $75 if they choose not to go for break and eat something. Judges making almost $5,000, $4,000, $3,000, or even more. You are telling me and the Liberian people that you working on the salary disparagement first before it trickle down to the poor people. So my question remains. You said we have some merits and good merits, some good and bad with the harmonization. Look in the camera, tell the Liberian people, are you still operating under the CDC-led government harmonization? And you have not put that thing in the trash. So therefore, it was a good policy by Senator Toy. Am I correct?
The effects of the policy will linger because to address it in one go is going to be a huge fiscal challenge. It's not only harmonization we inherited. But before the past government left, there was a loan taken from the central bank in the amount of 83 million. This government has to address it. We through the IMF program will have to start to pay back the central bank, and we're starting with something in the neighborhood of 16 million. That is enough money that we would have used to practically address all the concerns of harmonization in one go. But we have to, if we only had an harmonization problem, it is solved like this. But we are faced with a panoply of problems, and we are dealing with them, in a lot of ways, in ways that are logical, in ways that are informed by analysis, in ways that will put the country on a better macroeconomic balance in the next year and the succeeding years. So let me say this, Stanton, it's not only judges, but it's good for us to be concerned about judges. The poor people go to the judges for legal redress. So those people that we depend on, they are the bulwarks. They are the bulwarks of protecting our democracy, the rule of law. So we all should be concerned about judges being paid well, because they They are very important.
We got to move on. We'll get to the judges, but I think the Liberian people first priority should be the poor people.
The thing we talk
But
about.
again,
We have 150 minimum.
Okay.
Police officers. The law says, a law passed in 2015 says that the government should bankroll insurance for police. But since 2015, the Liberian government has not been meeting up its obligation. What President Boga has approved is that beginning next year, insurance, the Liberian government will bankroll insurance of police officers as required by law. In addition,
I have to go, Minister Gaffwan. I have to bring the others in. Again, I want to say thank you when we come back.
In addition, let me just learn this.
Yes,
in
sir.
addition, there are salary top-ups for police officers, salary top-ups for people in the health sector at different gradations, salary top-ups for like teachers. There are A levels, B levels, C certificate, and what have you. Most of them have not been paid at their levels, at their qualification levels. So in next year, all C certificate holders, I think B certificate, associate degree holders, bachelor degree.
Mr. Minister, we have enough time. We have enough time.
You talk about low level. Let me talk to low level people. How are they going to benefit?
Yeah, I want to say this to help you because we really want to have a great show. Folks, share the show. We have Minister, we have Augustine Kweye-Gaffwan. Have you addressed the issue? Have you addressed the issue of the Liberia National Police, the last batch that graduated, batch of 45 unit, that they have not gotten pay, they have not been placed on payroll, and they've been calling? We spoke to Gregory Coleman. He said because of money, they wasn't part of the 2024 budget. And up to yesterday, they heard that you were coming on the show, and they are concerned about their salary, their benefit. They are out already. But yet and still, we talk about insurance coming up in this budget. But you have a whole batch of Liberia National Police came out, but you have not paid them yet. So can you address that?
You should know that I inherited this budget. I took over in September. This budget was practically crafted. I just came in and recraft. I didn't even craft the recast budget. I inherited it, and I just had to negotiate it to the end. It was already crafted. So the budget we're talking about is the budget that begins.
So have you addressed the concern? Have they taken pay?
Well,
have you spoken to Gregory Coleman?
Well, let's think. The budget size does not grow because demand on the budget grows. The budget, when we say the budget is like a cake is what people around the table will eat. The fact that many people enter the room to eat does not mean that the cake is going to get big just because many people have entered. So there are rules, there are restrictions. Now, if they were not budgeted, before, it becomes an issue. Now, I don't know all the details of this yet, but what I know is that all those who have gone through training will be on government payroll.
Have you spoken to Gregory Coleman on this? Because he said he spoke to Acting Minister Myers and you guys were addressing it, but the folks say if you came over and you took over, and since September you say you don't know all the deal to the people out there saying they have not gotten paid since February. So,
Stanton, if the police goes through a training program and there is a plan to migrate them on the payroll, once they execute that, it becomes a legitimate claim on the government. No matter what, the government will pay. It could happen with a lot, but they've gone in, they've served government. And the promise is that even if this fiscal year passes by and that they've started
since February.
I don't know the specific details. Honorable Coleman gives me a lot of briefings about the police, and we've been solving almost all the challenges. Yesterday he called me. I will hate to think that there's this residual issue, but if there is, that will be fair enough to make sure that no one is left behind within the rigidity of the budget process.
Honorable Augustin Kwegafuan, the Finance Minister of Republic of Liberia. Thank you very much, my friend. I'm going to pass over now to Dr. Bubler because Dr. Richardson went in the back. Mr. Duarte will come in and we want to have our brother Abula Mame. Dr. Bubler, your two questions, sir.
Thank you, CEO. Mr. Minister, welcome. Good to see you. And congratulations again on your second stint as our Finance and Development Planning Minister.
Thank you,
The
Doc.
budget, draft budget has been presented. I had a chance, like I'm sure many Liberians did, to look at the budget and to delve into it. And immediately it becomes clear 87%, almost 86%, almost 88% of the budget is allocated for recurring expenditure. That's salaries, benefit, all those things, services. Only 12% for capital expenditure, like building roads, only $52 million in a country like ours that desperately needs to get connected so that economic development sprawls across the country. So I want to ask you, Mr. Minister, because I looked at the budget and honestly I was a little disappointed because this is the president's first opportunity to plan, to prepare, and present his full budget for the year. And I was looking for a rescue budget that would shift resources to the lower echelons, but it looked more like a status quo budget. For example, Mr. Minister, the Speaker's office gets $1.7 million, almost $21,000 salary. Pro temp, same thing. Legislature, 39 million. So you being a critical part of the president's economic team and a very well experienced man, did you advise this president at all about this budget and that this budget is really falling short of his very good rescue agenda for the people of Liberia? How much input did you have, Honorable Minister?
Well, this budget is addressing the rescue agenda in a lot of ways, very robustly. Next year, because of allocations we are making in the budget, the quota role between Gantat and Zweju, you're going to see a lot of activities. The quota road now, from the Banga to Salaye, we're going to reach Salaye because of this budget, and we are negotiating with the colleagues, the Arab funders, to get the additional funding for the road the funding that will take us from Salaye to Vanjama. Because of the budget, there's going to be the road from I think Sanikwale to Lugatu, or one of them. You're going to see activities. Because of the budget, we are funding. There's going to be renovation of schools across the country through Education Ministry, even MCSS, the Boca Washington Institute. Because of the budget, the health sector can now boast that, and they will continue to boast that all health facilities across this country will have drugs. Because of the budget, the civil servants, some civil servants, with more than 28,000 civil servants, they're going to receive top-ups. And so they are all smiling. They cannot wait for the budget to be passed. Because of the budget, there are going to be community roles. Because of the budget, there's going to be value addition activities in agriculture. Well, the agriculture budget has been doubled. And let me say, Dr. Brooklyn, there is this issue about recurrent costs versus the development budget. And there's one thing that we have to change. Because if you look at the Liberian budget, just as is, you will make the analysis you're making that a disproportionate portion of the budget goes to recurrent costs. But our package goes beyond what government puts on this budget. Like for agriculture, we are allocating about $15 million to agriculture, a jump from about 8 million. Now, if you check for next year, what goes to agriculture in totality, through government and through partners, is about $51 million. That's development money. So that's why, by next year, the face of the budget is going to change. The competition is going to change. Even some of the things they call recurrent, that the recurrent is grant. There are some grants that are developmental. The counter development fund, they put in recurrent. The fact that you do good things every year doesn't necessarily, the impression of a recurrent is negative, but if you make sure that drugs are in hospital, drugs are called recurrent, but that is a good recurrent cost. So if most of your development funding is off budget, we're talking about I was just giving you one. The government is funding 15 million, but the agriculture package is about 51 million. Now, what partners usually do when they funding the development part of the budget, they make you as a government to take the recurrent portion. So we have to look at the totality. So this analysis of a recurring cost versus capital cost and everything is a little bit flawed and skewed because of how it's presented now. So next year's budget, that we are working on the face of the budget, deconstructing the budget so that you see all. So on a peripheral analysis, you can say, oh yes, recurrent cost is this. And so the budget.
Thank you, Honorable Gafwan. We got to make room for the quick question and answer, that at least we can go home with something. We got more panelists joining us. Dr. Bopler, your second question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I actually asked you how much input you have in the budget, and whether you advise the president of this budget was a rescue budget. Yes, there is a small lining of salary increase, but the truth is the rate of inflation is a little over 10%. So when the rate of inflation is greater than the rate of income, people are not doing much better. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. I only have one more question, please. So let me ask you. You see, one of the reasons I voted for the president, because he came with a rescue agenda. We're going to do something bold. This budget does nothing bold. It is a status quo budget. It was not bold enough to reduce the expenditure in the national legislature, or rather non-productive, and put it in productive sectors like agriculture and healthcare and education. But here's my question, Honorable Minister. I had the privilege to work on the president's counter development agenda, and I was in charge of the Western Cluster, Bapulu, Cape Mount, and Birmingham. And I heard from the people, village by village, and town by town. I'm hearing that the ministry is now fighting the autonomy and the decentralization as envisioned by the president, and trying to take back more control of this so that the ministry runs the show. Is that true, Mr. Minister? Because I think that the beauty and the power of decentralization, county development agenda, county action plans, is that the people have more say so in the development of the counties. Is that true? That the ministry has to wrench back control so that it be more centralized rather than more decentralized?
You mean the Ministry of Finance?
Yes.
Look, let me
Yes,
say
sir.
this. Supporting the decentralization program, there is funding in the budget. I think about, to make sure that we continue to decentralize. Decentralization requires capacity at the county level. Otherwise, you will decentralize and you create a leaking bucket. So we're making sure that the structures, the procedures, the controls are out there. So the drive is for decentralization. So if there are delays in 1 or 2 areas, it could be because of some of those issues that have to do with control. So the ministry does not intend. In fact, we are the chief proponent of the decentralization agenda. We're talking with even the Public Procurement Commission so that we start to look at how we start to decentralize procurement. that we make sure that county stakeholders and businesses that are operating in the leeward counties are not disadvantaged when it comes to procurement of goods and services from their counties. So actions are being taken practically by all ministries, agencies, and commissions so that we practicalize the decentralization agenda. We had these, how do you call it, the centers that were built. Over time, they became white elephants. Now we are making sure that the work and everyone does not have to conglomerate in Monrovia for services. So these things will take time, but the drive is to support this because it will definitely help our people.
So you're not taking back control. You support the president's vision of decentralization, giving the people some opportunities to decide for themselves in the county.
Fiscal decentralization actually started on me in my past life as Minister of Finance.
Mm-hmm.
Way back at that time. So it is not something that this man is not passionate about. As I said, as you decentralize, you have to make sure you build the control. Otherwise, if you don't have the control because you're talking about resources, putting monies there, managing stuff. Sometimes some counties will be at a better level than the others. So the drive is to do so. If there are one or two glitches and it's on our side, we'll correct them. But the drive is to do so.
I'm going to bring in Mr. Dualu. Thank you very much, Dr. Bople. Mr. Dualu, you have 2 questions, sir.
Thank you so much, Stanton. Honorable Gaffron, welcome to the show, sir. And I decided not to ask you any question today. I want to give you a lot of time, but I took a lot of questions from the people. And the focus here is for our people to understand what is government. Yes, the first question. I took about 7 questions, and I took the most that people asked that were asked repeatedly. The first question was, there is no difference between this government and the CDC government. We don't see the vision. Everything is still the same. How do you respond to that?
Well, Dwalo, when you say you are building a new house, some people may only know that a house is being built when they see brick and mortar going in. All the time you are spending with a good architect, planning and designing, people don't know that architects are part of the building. So the development has been architectured. The difference is that the government is practically doing what it promises. Now, one of the challenges I inherited was that payment of civil servants was notoriously delayed. And I think at one point on this show, I even heard, I get busy sometimes, but I pump into your show, and I think I heard one of your panelists talking about arrears to AFS soldiers not being paid. And I really thought it was in October. I think this discussion was in, October 26th. And I went to my people, what haven't we paid for September? But just to find out that we were not delinquent for October. They got used to being paid on the 24th. There was a little delay on being paid on the 24th. And so when the AFL, I think Chief of Staff sent a memo around that the 24th you're getting used to, there will be a few days delay. It was seen as a notorious delay or protracted delay. Do you know for that month, all the hula baloo that was raised, payment of AFL soldiers actually started on the 28th, I think the 29th, and ended on November 1st. So if there was a delay for that month, when you heard all that noise, talk about 1 day delay. So I like the fact that, okay, let's make all the noise that this government can delay for 1 day. But I know that was not a reality before. Now we have started now. Most people, most civil servants are paid on time. This is a material change. You're talking about change. This is a material change because they got used to going to credit from Susu clubs and others, and they were being charged interest, and that was a deduction in the salary. And one of the things we committed to is that will not happen again. That's a change. All that is happening, like as we speak, there's street lights going on all around now. I was just talking with the Minister of Public Works, government funded. From Barnesville Junction to even the Barnesville Estate, everything, government funded. The partners are going. West Point, getting street lights. Maybe this government, one of the problems is that, okay, we're working too much, we're not marketing too much, and maybe we need to improve on that. But in terms of tangibles, you're going to have, because of the credibility of the government, you're going to have the overpass bridge. As we speak, the structures have been marked for constructive demolition, and then the Chinese will soon start their work. You will see in infrastructure. They will see it just as when we started in the past, when we're talking about the ministerial complex. I signed a $60 million agreement with the Chinese government. There was issues around it. Today, ministries are there. About 6, the last government, 6 ministries. Nobody talking about that again. Government is not paying rent. So when we do the road, the bridge to bridge, from St. Paul Bridge to Gabriel Tucker Bridge, come and see activity. The people are seeing it.
So let's take it small because we listen. Except you want me to remove Fatima from the show, because if we take it small, we'll run out of time, and I don't think you want your sister Fatima to be removed from the show. So, but on a serious note, let's give Mr. Duado his second question.
Yeah.
We got more people coming on. We're trying to observe the time to ready ask those questions that we have already planned to ask her, please. Mr. Duado.
Thank you. Yeah, for me, I wanted the minister to talk, really explain to the people. My second question is very simple, Honorable Minister. The Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. I want to know who's in charge of development planning, what are the plans of our country, and approximately how much does the government collect in taxes every single month that we can depend on as a society? I know you're not a tax collector, but just a ballpark figure.
Well, there's a Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. So we are responsible for development planning. In fact, when I came here, I had 2 big targets. One was to deliver the budget, the 2025 budget. People had gotten notoriously, there was this issue of the budget.
Okay, so Minister, we are losing you. If you can hear us, Nelson. If you can hear us, Nelson, we're losing the minister. Can you make some adjustment? The internet is going probably on a different lane. Minister, can you say something again? Let's see. Let hear you, please.
Hello, you getting me now?
Yes, it's better now. It's better. Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, at one point even lost Dualu a little bit. But what I was saying is that we are responsible for development planning. This is a Ministry of Finance and Development Planning. The thing about it is that, like all this while, in fact, just a few days ago, on Tuesday, the 3rd of December, the president chaired what we call the National Steering Committee that has partners, all the development partners and bilateral partners and government entities, to endorse what we call the Agenda for Inclusive Development, the AID. We've crafted the agenda, and it will be launched next year, early next year. We're trying to find the work on this because some of the partners are so excited. They want to invite some of their principals, maybe at the president's level and what have you. The development plan, has been launched. It is the new development plan. It's going to cost us about $8.4 billion. It's a 5-year plan for 2025 to 2029. It has some targets. One of the targets is that we intend to reduce multidimensional poverty from the current 45% to 36% in this period. GDP per capita to grow from about 850 now to about 1,050 to make Liberia a middle or lower middle income country. And that in a lot of areas we are going to be intervening. The partners are happy, and the partners are going to be giving us support. We are attracting private sector. So I will tell you, Doc, you are, I think you're a professor. We're going to launch the plan. As I said to the UN folks, I think Friday. Oh, yeah, yesterday we had a UN GOL dialogue that I was a key member of, that until we print and distribute the books, whatever interesting, insightful suggestion, we still open to them. But the ministry is responsible for development planning. Let me thank the Department of Budget and Planning, and also the folks. One of the things that is happening, well, you alluded to it, Doc. No, it was Dr. Buber that talked about it, I think. We are developing this development plan this year is different from the previous development plan because we've developed 15 county development agendas. Unlike the PAPD and the AFT that were not supported by the county development agenda, if you're from ground crew or you're from Bomi and Grand Bassa, I think that's dual situation. You can find the bombings development agenda. What are the people of bombing saying in terms of development? What are their priorities? And government is going to be addressing some. The partners, as I was telling the UN before, take these development agendas very seriously. So county states are going to be speaking to the. So we have all of them.
Approximate taxes.
Thank you.
Oh, the budget you're talking about this year?
No, approximate government tax collection.
Monthly.
Approximate ballpark.
Oh, well, when you take the domestic, you take the one time, like next year, we estimate budget support of almost 60 million. When you extract that from the budget estimate of 851.8 million, most of the funds will be domestic revenue. The bulk of the domestic revenue comes through different forms of taxes, corporate income tax, personal income tax, taxes on international trade. So that represents the bulk. So the figures are there, but that represents the bulk.
Thank you very much. Again, we want to welcome the minister on the show tonight, folks. Thank you for sharing. I'm going to bring in Abdullah Mame. I'll bring in Asido, Fatima bin Salif, and our brother, remember now, Mo Ali come in the capacity as a panelist. He and Stephen Johnson remain panelists on this phone talk. All right. So Abdullah Mame, let's hear you, my brother. Your two questions.
Thank you, Stanton. I mean, the minister, welcome. You're talking about the budget. I don't really like to compare the budget. I like to compare the reality. You see, last year by this time, last administration by this time, civil servants were worrying about their salary decreasing. This time, this year, they are seeing signs and symptoms of their salary increasing. That's reality. It's not budget. But it's good to talk about the budget. I just wanted to make that clear. Since you're talking about National Development Plan and County Development Plan, one thing that has always happened is that county development agenda are not really funded. I can give you a classic example. My senator was not speaking during the time, but Senator Prince Johnson, the late, was very pronounced about how the government is owing his county social development fund and county development fund. Now that this new development agenda is having county agenda, what is the status of disbursement to the different counties?
Well, the last time I checked with the Controller General, all funds in county development funds have been paid to all the counties. The social development fund is in process for payment before the end of the fiscal year. And that we have put in the budget a new line to go to the counties. Some a line for county development agenda. When we talk about a robust rural agenda, the rural agenda is going to affect the counties. Education, there's going to be renovation of schools across the counties. School feeding program, digital intervention, where we're going to have digital libraries funded by government across the country through the Ministry of Education. So you talk about change, you're going to see change. You know, sometimes when your child is growing right with you, you are not the one that notices it until somebody comes and says the child is getting tall. So you adapt development and you will feed the development. So I understand people have been used to promises. Some of them are valuting. And so when someone comes and says, this will happen, you get adapted. So adapt as much as you can. Next year, you will be able to compare our speeches with the action. So we don't talk much, we act more. So county development funds have been paid all across. That is a reality.
Thank you. The next question I wanted to ask is on big picture. The big picture. If Liberians listening to you today, we want to realize, we want to envision what their country will look like after the next year of implementation. That is around health. I want you to really set them up around health, around education, around roads, around electricity. This electricity thing, we cry on it, there's a transition. I want you to begin with electricity. Paint a picture of what will happen in the next 1 year around electricity, health, education, and road.
Well, you know, many of the things, and let me explain this to all of you and to the general Liberian public. Some interventions are happening through the budget. Some interventions will happen through partner support. When you hear a World Bank project here and there, a lot of people may be tempted to think that government is not involved. But besides grant, even grant, we discuss the grant funding with partners. A few weeks ago, I signed a $115 million grant agreement with the American ambassador through USAID. More monies to agriculture, more monies to education. Just recently, the World Bank approved $40 million budget support on the 5th of December. In addition, we have secured additional $20 million for disaster situation. The last time there was a situation
Okay, so we having problem again. Guys, Nelson and all those of you, the minister will be right back. The internet is tripping. Let's try and see. I see that the minister is coming back. Minister, are you okay? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, so you are reconnected. Go ahead, sir.
$20 billion from the World Bank. Through our effort, the government, we met a lot of requirements, and we've been approved just on Thursday. $60 million in total. 40 comes on budget. It was, and then 20 for disaster. So we're going to have some funds that we can use. Now, in each of the sectors, I told you about electricity. One of the things that's happening in electricity is that we have been approved as a country by the World Bank and the African Development Bank as one of 14 countries that in Africa that will benefit hugely through what is called a Mission 300. This mission is to give 300 million Africans access to electricity between now to 2030. Liberia is one of the 14 countries. We are developing the Liberian, what we call energy compact. In January, President Barker is going to lead the Liberian team to Tanzania, where the heads of states of these 14 countries will meet, and then so that our compact can be approved. What I will see is that more funding to power, more interventions. As you know, a $90 million solar project was dedicated, I think, a few months ago. Now it comes through a World Bank intervention, but it is government's funding because it is credit. So by August next year, you're talking about I don't know how many megawatts, but it's going to add up to the grid. A good chunk. We are divesting. We're trying to make sure that we have independent power producers in the power sector. Besides what government is doing, we are attracting. So over time, one of our main constraints to growth, which is inadequate power, will be addressed. I told you about the road situation. Now we don't talk about the road from here to Banga and from here to Ganta. That problem has been solved. In my past life as Minister of Finance, I signed one $250 million agreement with the World Bank for that road from Monrovia to Banga to Ganta. No one talks about that. So we're talking now from Ganta to Zwedru and to Fishtown. And it's going to happen. We're talking about the Banga Menekoma Highway. In my past life as minister, I negotiated when we concluded the debt cancellation agreement with the Kuwaitis. I went to Kuwait City and said, when I talked with President Salif and Vice President Barker as to what priorities we should push after we have the debt cancellation, they talk about the Banga Menekoma Road. And we convinced the Kuwaitis. And they put together a consortium of Arab lenders. So the funding that came for the first tranche of the road came through that consortium. The Minister of Public Works and myself and our team, we have scheduled to have a conference call with the Arab lenders because progress was not being made over the past 1 year on the road because of payment issue. We are paying. You say, why going to change? All the counterpart funding requirements for all these roads have been paid. The partners are excited. We are discussing the stretch of the road from Buchanan to Sestas to Greenville. So what I see from where I sit is that Liberia is going to be a country on the move. The credibility of the team is there. Yesterday, I had the honor to meet the President Biden's special representative on commerce and business. She came to pay courtesy call on my office. Previously, the American ambassador was there. When I was in DC, we met the Millennium Challenge folks.
So we'll get to it, Minister. I know you got a long list of good things to sell tonight, but I want us to stick to the question and answer because we'll get to them once we ask the question. Please consider us because of time. Let me bring in Azido, his two questions, Fatima and Mo Ali. Azido?
Yeah, thank you. How you doing, Minister? Nice talking to you. Congratulations on your position, and of course,
thank you, Isaac.
Thanks for your service to country. It is the first time listening to you extensively. I didn't know you knew parables a lot because I've heard you say a lot of parables. When you were speaking, I just felt like we're still in a campaign period. I just realized that the campaign has ended now. This is the time of governance. So, Minister, I'm interested into.
That's why we pay people on time.
Right.
Yes.
Right, but
pay people on time. There's no campaign.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I mean, like I was saying, the rules will be fixed, the hospitals, the schools. Thank you. That's a good thing. Thank you for.
It's good for every one of us, no matter the party.
Well, Minister, everybody else asked that question. Why you want me to come out with a question?
No, I was reacting here.
So Minister, I want us to leave the campaign speeches back and let's come to the reality of today's happening. And please correct me if I'm wrong. I want you to kindly help me. So, Minister, in the budget, you started up with the compensation to be 299,360,000, a little bit above that. As at the 9 months ended September 30th, you informed us that the outturn, as at that date, is 253,396,000, a little over there. If you divide this number by 9 months, it tells you that monthly salary is around 27 to 28 million dollars. If you multiply that monthly amount by the remaining 3 months, you would be anywhere between 70 to 80 million dollars. If you add 80 million to this 253 million, you will get anywhere between 315 to 320 million. That's the reality. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So it means, as at the end of December, compensation will be around 315 to 320 million as per your record in the budget you submitted. Now, recently, I saw the report from the CSA where they said they saved the governor of Liberia some 20 million in compensation. Minister, who is lying to the people of Liberia?
What did the CSA tell you was the total in payroll per month? Did they tell you 27 million? Did they
It's
tell you?
around 2026 if the report is
They
there,
didn't
but
tell
who
you
is
that.
lying to the people?
They didn't tell you that.
So
Please,
that
I
is
mean,
not true.
No. They gave you the figure. The figure was not 26, 27 million. So get your
Okay,
figures
please
right.
correct me.
Get
I
your
ask you to
figures right.
correct me.
Look, I wouldn't want to nickel dime, but I will tell you this. The budget has allocated funding to pay salaries, and the budget has allocated funding for the top ups we talk about. It is in the budget. If anyone doubts it, or the only thing that could happen is that if it's not approved, but when approved, those that doubt that we are going to add up the top ups to the health workers, we will come in January or in February and see. Those that doubt that we deal with the insurance for police, we can have a talk show. You invite me, and there will be a day of reckoning. Those that doubt that AFL soldiers will get anything, that will get the increases that we talk about, please invite me in February. We'll come on this show. So I don't want us to nickel and dime, but I can say that this is a government of credibility. President Buckeye and myself, I wouldn't put my honor on a promise that would turn up to be nothing but mere bombast to no other than the Liberian people. In terms of these things, I'm passionate about them. In fact, let me tell you about teachers. In my past life as Minister of Finance, and peace be to his arches, Minister, the late Gonga. You know, I've been an advocate. People know some of the things I do. I even won a BBC prize for a poem called "The African Teacher." 2001, that piece became second in Africa. So when I became Minister of Finance, I said, okay, yeah, you've written, you've gotten some popularity about that. BBC gave me some money. What have you done for teachers? No one had to convince me, because I know if we have to change the country, we must change the classroom. So whereas we're increasing salaries for different levels, I worked with the Ministry of Education and said, we have to put teachers at a different category. So that's the time teachers went to, I think, a minimum of 300 or more. And we had the gradations. The first month when they went for their pay at the banks, most of them felt that some criminal activity had taken place because their pay are getting so yeasted, and so they started reporting. Honest people, they said, no, it's for you. When I was leaving, I was gone by the MCS Teachers Association. So these are things that are passionate with some of us. Besides, so we would not come and promise these things and just because we want to make speeches. As I said, I came to serve Liberia, and I don't care. Some of the people that work with me on this thing here, some of the technicians, academicians, they're from the ANC. They're in the ministry, and we work together. That's the thing. In my past life, that he stayed there. He used to be one of the elevator operator. When in campaign, he will wear his CDC T-shirt, and he will come for me as a minister. We'll be laughing. Minister will beat you people. I said, no, we'll beat you. And he stayed there. And that's how it should be. So some of the good things I'm talking about, the technicians that are making it happen, that are working with me, they are Liberians. They come from different places. I happen to be the head. So let's take this thing for Liberia. So when we build the road, it will not be for Pate. It will be for Liberia. The road we built to Banga.
Thank you, Minister.
It's for
Thank you,
everybody.
Minister. Let's give Isaac his second question. Isaac, please.
The freeway, the freeway.
Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Minister.
It's not for Pate. So all I can say, Isaac, you know, I like you doubt. I like your doubt. But invite me in January. Invite me in January and February. That will be the time you will juxtapose the promises from the reality.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Isaac, your second question, please.
Yeah, sure. Quickly to go that Minister, congratulations for the awards you received, but I was actually concerned about the compensation in the budget, not the awards and the rules and all that. I want us to be specific. Just to go over it, I wish you would answer my question. So the truth here is nobody saving nobody money. That's a lie. Because like I said, correct me anytime when I'm wrong, the budget has 299 million. As of September, you have already used 253 million. It tells us it's 28 million around there per month. If you add 3 months of 28,
you got some of your figures wrong when you said 27 million. I wouldn't want us to spend all the time because I don't want to be correcting you.
Chief, it's my second question now. Let me just ask
you said that the monthly payroll, when you were quoting the civil service, you got things wrong. I deliberately refuse to give you corrections in respect of you as a
Chief,
don't make us to get into that different timing. I didn't come to different time. Or that's why I have to wait in my comment to say this. Isaac, have your concerns. Good.
But Mr. Minister, it would be important that I ask this question, you answer and we move on, please. Answer your second question, sir.
Right. So, Chief, the numbers I'm giving you is in your report. When you go there, it's there. That's all I wanted to tell you. It's there. So let me go to my second question, Chief. Again, I'm interested in the brain bottle, not the campaign speeches, the reality today. And I want to talk about Mantiti, who lives somewhere in West Point. Before you came in, Minister, cup of rice in the market was $60 LD. Mantiti got her son in America, who sent her $5. At that time, the rate was 196. If Mantiti went to change her $5 to LD, she would get around $980 LD. At that time, Mantiti could afford to buy about 17 cups of rice at $70. Minister, you came to rescue Mantiti. You brought the rate down to $180. Oh, the minister go. I'll wait for the minister. No. I'll wait for the minister.
No, they are making. No, hold on 1 minute. They are making. Hold on 1 minute. The internet, so they will make frequent adjustment because we really want to have the minister without interruption. Right. So go after
so
he's
minister,
back.
Yeah. So thank you for coming. So as I was saying, before your time, Mantiti's $5 could give her $980. When the cup of rice was $60, she could buy about 17 cups of rice. You came in to rescue Mantiti. You brought the rate down to $180. Cup of rice is still $60. Mantiti changing. Right now, Mantiti will afford to buy about 15 cup of rice, 16 cup of rice. Less than what Mantiti used to buy before. Why are you suffering, Mantiti?
Isaac.
Yes, sir.
Do you know that many persons across this country
yes, sir,
do not have people in the U.S. to send them money? They depend on Liberian dollars.
I'm just giving you an example.
Like the rate, I will tell you about Marco Polo.
Yes, I know. Let's talk about the rate and the
does not have anyone. Marco Polo goes and earns in Liberian dollars. What is happening is that Liberian dollars is appreciating. There are many Marco Polos and Mantitis. So in general,
let's talk about the rate. Let's talk about the effect on the rate.
In general, more people in Liberia, the inflation rate, What is inflation?
No, not inflation. Chief,
No,
not
no, no, no,
inflation.
no, no, no.
Exchange rate.
No. Let's talk.
Exchange rate. Not we reached inflation yet. Exchange rate.
Look,
Almost to beat. Yes, sir.
Exchange rate is one of the factors that affect inflation. Let me give you this. You're talking about price. You're talking about purchasing power. Inflation in the country is low, and it's projected to get lower. By this time,
Chief,
some time ago.
I'm sorry, Chief, you are wrong.
Isaac.
So Isaac, let's do this. Isaac, please. You asked the question. We asked the minister to make his answer short to the point, to your question.
Right.
Hold on 1 minute, Isaac, hold on 1 minute. If you need to follow up, like everybody else, you will have a chance to follow up. But we must move on and give the minister to answer the question.
Yeah. I'll just need 1 second to follow up.
Minister, please go ahead, sir.
What I'm saying here is that, well, everybody knows that there's been a general reduction in prices across. There's something called the Consumer Price Index, the CPI. The CPI is lower this year than last year, and is projected to get lower next year. What that means is that prices generally are coming down. So the Mount Couples, the Montewires, and others will benefit. And then the rate, what the rate does as we speak, there's been an appreciation of the Liberian dollar, meaning that the Liberian dollar is getting more valuable. There's been some 1 or 2 macroeconomic moves that have been made by the government, mainly led by the central bank. We supporting it through our fiscal actions. In fact, on account of this, you see that for this month, we are juggling with the percentage of payment. We are going to pay 30% in Liberian dollars. The Liberian dollar is getting more and more valuable. Now, there are actions that are being taken, even by some other actors. You look at the price of gasoline. At one point, we haven't had a shortage for a whole year. Shortage of gasoline had been a reality across, but we haven't had. The prices have been dropping, and it's translating. Although sometimes it takes a lag period for rates to come down and prices to adjust, but they are all adjusting because the supply and demand factor would make business people who continue to sell at artificially high levels to adjust downward. So generally, everyone hasn't left the woods yet. That's not what I came to say. That everyone is in heaven? No, but things are much better today than they were yesterday. And next year, things will be much better next year than they are this year. And the year after will be much better.
So Minister, let's do this. This is why I say I'm coming to you. I say, hold on. I say I'm coming to you 1 minute. I think this is what actually the reason why I actually asking his question, your circular, right? From the Minister of Finance and Development to heads of ministry, agency, and commissions. The CDC-led government had, as actually was saying, 70-30. It was 80-20. Now you guys bringing up this to 70-30. Is this? Can you explain whether this will actually help the people that are going home with $150 or $200, the poor people? The changes. Why are you making these changes as per the rate? I understand, but how would this help the man water up there? The person that making $150. Let's get to it because this is from your ministry. Now it's no more 80-20, but it's 70-30, sir.
Yes, we've been implementing 80-20. The Liberian dollar, US dollar mix has justified this. We have we collect, and we collect. Revenue is not just collected in US dollars. It is collected I mean, sometimes we should not discriminate against our own currency. We have more Liberian dollars as a government, and that in terms of the ratio that we have to pay, and so we are giving some promises to our Liberian dollars, so as to support the central bank's intention.
Let's look at buying and spending power. because of the changes, how is this affecting somebody that making $200, 150 a month? Understand that if we look at now the buying power, it doesn't change. It has increased. If I go buy the back of rest right now, right? But you are taking my 80/20 to be 70/30. I want us to make sense out of this for the sake of the poor people out there because we have no middle class. Help me understand better on Minister Gafwan.
Well, let me say this. Let me say this to you. In Ghana, everyone is paid in cedis. In other places, everyone is paid in their local currency. Liberia, we run the dual currency regime, which is one of the things that is special to our economy. So we will tackle, we will juggle based on the macroeconomic situation. Now, the Liberian dollars has been appreciating against the US dollars, meaning the way that we used to the number of the Liberian dollars that was chasing US dollar has dropped. So with the Liberian dollar has value. We're giving the Liberian people their currency. We're going to watch and see. But this action is informed by discussion with the central bank. So we also making some payments in Liberian dollars, not only salaries.
No. So the thing is, who benefit more, sir? Who benefit more? Are you looking at only the government generating more, or the people that are going home? Let me just ask the question: those that going home with the $150 to $200, with the exchanges right now, instead of 80/20, you're doing 70/30. Are you not hurting those folks even more?
Please repeat your question.
Are you not hurting them with this new circular you put out that you're going to be getting 70/30 instead of the 80? Because it is to their loss, though. To be simple.
Well, no, the Liberian dollar is appreciating. It means they're getting more valuable. We're giving them something more valuable. How are we hurting them?
Good.
So
Good question. A good question. Let's answer you. Good question. And let's just answer you.
I think you talked about, was it Mark Eman? You talked about Isaac? Mark Eman that was being given the US dollars, and then he or she would try to exchange it, and you were talking about that. So let
me ask something real quick, Honorable Gafwan. The price of a 25 kg bag of rice today, if we say the price is at $20, for example, $20 for a 25 kg bag of rice, US dollars, and somebody was taking home $80 and 20 in Liberty, but they must use that $20 now to buy the rice. What you're doing about the changes, it does not affect, it does not show any difference in the price of 25 kg. It still remains $20 US. So it hurt the person that going home that they will have to now spend the $20 US because the rate drop. You doing the 70/30.
You're going to use less Liberian dollars to get the US dollars. Fewer Liberian dollars to get the US dollar. Before, you were using more Liberian dollars. You have what we call in economics money illusion. You have a bag full of money that was nothing but air. So we're giving you some substance. The Liberian dollar has, so you are using more Liberian dollars to purchase that US dollar. So if Mark Eman that I think we're talking about, she needed more Liberian dollars to purchase. Now, when the Liberian dollar gets value and we pay them in Liberian dollars, they are not going to spend more Liberian dollars again. So I mean,
Chief,
so
can I clarify? Yeah, please. I know Stanton will coming to me. Can I just clarify?
No, go ahead, Isaac. Go ahead.
Chief, you are not Chief. You are not doing right to the country. Chief, you are not doing right to the country when you know you are wrong. This is the question that I asked, and I expected that you understand exactly what I was asking. I said in my question, owing to the fact that the price of cup of rice remains constant at $60. At that question, inflation remains constant because the price did not go up or come down. And now on the side of the exchange rate, it is affected either increase or decrease. To Stanton's question, Chief, please. If you paying someone $100 in LD at the exchange rate of 196, and today you start paying that person the same $100 at the rate of $180, Chief, you are paying the person less money when, of course, the price of cup of rice remains constant. It
Rice is
means
subsidized
the
by the
person.
government.
Oh, please,
No, we're
please,
not there yet. We're
Dwalo,
not
please,
there
we're
yet,
not
Dwalo.
talking your small
We're
children,
not
please.
there yet.
Chief,
Look
it
at
only
the
means
press rate.
right. Please, Dwalo, that way you understand it too talking. Chief, it only means the person will be able to buy less rice today with the money you giving them that they could have bought with what they were receiving before because of the exchange rate
The
and the
money you gave
consistency.
them today
So
has
you know
gotten
you are
more
wrong. You cannot
valuable
be unfair
vis-a-vis
to the
the
Liberian
US
people.
dollars. They needed
That
more
is
of
at
that
the
money to
future,
get that
Chief.
$1
No,
US, and they need less of that money to get the same $1 US. You
Chief,
get it?
and you're going to buy a cup of rice with the same $60.
Isaac,
So if you have, if you
Isaac, if
Chief,
they
you
were
know you are
spending,
doing
if they were
injustice to the
spending
people,
more to get
and of
$1
course you are wrong.
US, they are spending less to get a $1 US.
Not the spending, is the purchasing power, Chief. Chief,
Look,
if you carry $100 LD to buy rice, Chief,
We have to go. We have to go. I said we have to go.
Chief, yeah, let me just end it, this one. Chief,
Yeah,
let me just,
Mr.
Chief,
Gafan, wait 1 minute. Mr. Gafan, wait 1 minute. Isaac,
yeah,
we'll give you the
let
last.
me just
I said,
end this,
hold on 1
please.
minute. I said, hold on 1 minute. I said, please. We'll give you the last question. We must move on.
Chivo, to your point, $1 today is exchanged for $196, meaning you will get $196 LD today. If you want to buy rice that costs $196, it means you can buy 1 cup of rice. Tomorrow, if you change the same $1 for $180 and the rice price remains the same 196, it means you will have to add additional $16 on that $180 to be able to buy the same rice that you bought yesterday,
Isaac,
but you
you
can
do
buy
not
today.
separate
What kind of an
variables.
economic policy is that? But again, I give it up to you, sir.
No, Isaac, if you're going to spend less or fewer Liberian dollars, you're going to use fewer Liberian dollars or less in terms of value to get a US dollar. Before, if you were using, let's assume 196 Liberian dollars to get 1 US dollars, now you can use 180 Liberian dollars to get 1 US dollar. You still get a 1 US dollar at less with fewer Liberian dollars. So what it means is that fewer Liberian dollars are chasing the US dollars. I don't want us to get in, I don't want to open an economics class here.
Thank you. I may not be interested in that class. Thank you.
Sometimes take time to adjust, and they adjust with a lag. Other ministries and entities are taking actions, including the Ministries of Transport and some of the ministries, the Ministry of Commerce, they are taking action. But you see, at the end of the day, supply and demand will solve the problem. Those people that will be are selling artificially above the supply and demand, the demand will drop and they will adjust. So actions are being taken, not just leaving it with supply and demand. Most of the line ministries that are responsible to check on prices, they are checking, and you see there are adjustments coming down. So actions are being taken. We, besides the salary issue, we are making some payments in Liberian dollars to vendors to support the Liberian dollars. And it's
Thank you.
happening seamlessly.
Honorable Gafwan, thank you very much. We must move on. If the US rate, right, goes up, are you going to reverse this?
Well, there's a dynamic process. We watch things, and the lead entity on monetary affairs is the central bank. We take cue, we support their actions. So it's being watched, and that what we need is macroeconomic balance. We do nothing that will be injurious to the Nigerian people. So you can rest assured that this is being watched, and that we know the numbers and the movements, the trends, and that the best decision in the
Thank
interest
you.
of the will always be taken.
Thank you. Fatima, please, your two questions.
First, I'd like to greet all of the panelists, and I would like to greet the viewers across the globe, the listeners, and those who are contributing via the messages and all of that on WhatsApp and on all of the different social media platforms. First of all, I would like to say thank you for coming, Honorable Minister. My first one is a statement. Is it a messaging problem that this government is having, or a PR problem? Because the last time I checked, there were some things that I wanted to run by you to see if these are facts, because Liberians are unaware of these facts that I'm going to share with you. I was just listing them, and I just wanted to ask you a question if these are actual facts. I know we've talked about Ethiopian Airlines coming in. We've talked about the connectivity of roads that are being done as we speak. 783 hundred miles of roads being revamped and roads being constructed. I heard about students, the bills of students being paid, foreign exchange students. I've heard about LBS getting a wider audience. There's now TV stations in Monrovia. The health sector, I heard about incubators being bought for young babies. And in the small businesses, my second part of the question is going to be, what is the government doing with regards to small businesses that build an economy? Because everything cannot be funded by government. But what is the government doing with loans and helping the small businesses? And then I want to actually talk about these achievements of the government that no one hears about. And people think that this government is a lame duck government, nothing's being done, the government is at a standstill. What are some of those things, the things that I just listed? Are they true that, in fact, a 783.5 kilometers of road is being revamped? Water and sewer, the managing director is right here, that is trying to connect water in most part of the country, and that foreign students' bills have been paid, that ministries, entities are being like revamped. Most of the ministries are being revamped because most of the structures were damaged. That there are allocations for students to actually go and become
You want the
professionals.
minister to take pen and paper to write your question
I
down
think he
because
can.
it's just
Minister,
a
do you need
statement
pen
or
or
so.
paper, or you are understanding me?
Minister, you are muted. Can you unmute yourself, please? Guys, can you unmute the minister? I cannot do it from my end. Thank you, sir.
Am I on now?
Yes, you're good.
Okay. Sometimes some people spend more time doing than talking than marketing. Although in this real world, you need to sometimes do both. Jesus Christ says that you cannot light the candle and put it under the bed. So obviously, I think the government needs to take cue from some of the issues and do better. One of the persons that has received a rave review across for actions that have been interventions in the water and sanitation sector is your panelist Mo Ali. And the reason is Mo knows how to market. The government is funding. I would just ask, and he's trying for others to copy his example. Many things are happening in education, in health. All government hospitals now have drugs. That was not a reality some time ago. But these people are some of our top deliverers spend more time working and they have less time to talk. But we need to have a balance. So you talk about micro business, small business, small. We have an injection of not less than 500,000 to a project. But besides that, in the budget for that, We have the LIFT project that is supporting interventions that through the Ministry of Commerce, World Bank. But as I said to you, all those projects you see, whether it's World Bank, African Development Bank, except those projects are grants. They are Liberia's money because we pay. One of the things I haven't talked to you all about is the debt situation. We have a huge debt overhang of about $2.58 billion. When I left the last time I was in this job, our budgeting for arrears of debt was just under 10 million. Now, if we were to meet the claim, because the first claim on the revenue is what we call debt service. Just for next year, the total amount is about 328 million United States dollars. Obviously, we cannot afford. So, but we put in a hefty 140 million. It's still not enough. Debt, legacy problems. So that's money away from health, that's money away from roads, that's money. We can come and say, oh, we were not the one that caused this problem, but it is the country. Some of the interventions that for which the debt was taken help the country. So we have to deal with that. So we have a marketing challenge that we need to improve on. And I think Mo is a good marketer, and this message has to be spread all across government.
Thank you.
My second question is,
Right.
this budget, the boldness of this budget, I thought it could have been bolder, but I mean, I just want to know, is it going to affect our old man and who retired, who are no longer working? Are they going to get their pension and those monies that are supposed to come to them to take care of them? Our servicemen, our police, our military, those people that protect our nation, are they going to get, from this budget, our MCSS schools? Because education is, I think we need to retrain the mindset of our people, educate our people, and I just want to know the allocation of funds for the education system, the healthcare system, the sanitation. I mean, I've been seeing people cleaning here and there. What's in the budget for sanitation? Health, because
Thank you.
clean society improves the health. When Isaac Doe was speaking, you didn't even cut it. I didn't even take
It's okay. It's okay. I just want us to run
Anyway.
with the question, please.
For sanitation. I just want to know what else is it provided for in the budget to ensure that we have a safe and
we supported the Monrovia City Corporation and the Pinsville City Corporation and some other entities to deal with some of the sanitation issues, including the landfill. Mo is here. He knows what we've been doing in terms of what we've put in the budget for some of the issues that his concerns are going to be addressed, but not totally. We also attracting donor funding. The last time he knows what we did. I had to sign some agreement that ensures more support to the water and sanitation sector. So generally, all of Liberia's problems will not be solved by this budget. No. But we are on the path. As I said, next year will be comparatively better than this year and the year after. We took time to put ourselves in some of the situations we are in, and there are two ways to look at progress. If somebody is in a 24th pit, and Fatima, your job is to take the person from a pit, or 24th pit, you take the person up, and then it is now it requires only 8 feet for them to come on ground. Someone will look at two individuals could look at what has happened. One could say that the person is still on the ground, and they will yell and they will scream and they will act like Fatima has done nothing. Another person will say, no, the person was 20 feet on the ground, but now the person is just 8 feet on the ground. Sooner than later, the person will be on the ground. So that's how you look at it. So does the budget solve all the problems? No, but we are on the path. We talk, yes, the problems we're talking about. Look, ECOWAS trade levy. We inherited a huge problem. Huge. We collect the money from ECOWAS trade levy. We have not been remitting. We have started to pay. ECOWAS is getting excited. The EBIT, ECOWAS Bank for International Development, we lost our credibility with them. The banks, the local banks, government have been suffocating them. You know, government takes loans from the banks and don't even pay the interest. The last time I had a luncheon with the business community, I think was the GT Bank president who was so excited. He asked, "You guys have started to pay, Mr. Minister. Will it continue?" I said, "Yes." So excitement is coming in.
Thank
Yes,
you.
people of the government, as I told the business people and other partners, you are all right to doubt. And that us, we are drawing the line. We'll be dealing with the legacy issues, but where people perform services for government, the government would not pay and would chunk things into domestic debt. I, as a minister, am working with my team such that those things that suffocate the business will not happen.
Thank you
We
very
will
much, Mr. Minister. Thank
credibility
you.
where when we contract service, we pay as a government.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Again, I hope Mo Adi can come back. We want to give him a chance to ask question. I want to say, Mr. Minister, you make mention of a couple of stuff during Fatima question and as they do. What we do the second round, I mean, it's just open. Again, we'll do 2 questions each. Let me ask you, you said, did I hear you right? You say all medical facility in the country receiving medication at this time? Because people, yeah, well, what did you say?
The medical facilities, government run medical facilities getting drugs. They are being supplied drugs by the Ministry of Health. That is the information I got from the Ministry of Health.
Okay.
Government run facilities, all facilities across the country are not government run, are not.
So let's stick with what you said. All government-run facility receiving drugs.
Drugs from the government.
From the government.
Yes.
Did you confirm it?
Drugs.
So is this a confirmation? Are
The
you
Ministry
saying
of Health, the information I got from the Ministry of Health was that government-run facilities, government hospitals are being supplied regularly with drugs. And when the Minister of Health went to cabinet, the Minister of Health said that.
So again, the reason why I asked you to repeat, because we got the information that our story is not true, but you heard it from the Minister of Health, and indeed she's the Minister of Health. Therefore, you are going with this story. We're going to double follow up, and again, folks will be very clear if it is true that ministry, that is a health facility from this government receiving medication. So I just wanted you to be clear on that.
Santa, you know, it's good that that's why we have these kinds of public engagement. In fact, when I recall that in my past life, I listening. So I usually follow radio, and I heard some reaction to something we thought we had done, and that one Father Jenkins, then I think Bible or somewhere, we had thought that we had completed payment, and he said that the payment was not completed as we thought. And when we verified, it was true. Now, if there is a facility that someone has told you that has not received drugs, please let us know, because the information, the intention is that they would have. It would be strange and it would be anomalous that you have.
No, I'm not putting the audio. It's good you give us the information, and you say it's from the Minister of Health.
For the Minister of Health and her team, even us as Minister of Finance, to know, are there facilities that are not receiving regular drugs?
And then the drugs that is sent there, you the one, the funds are allocated from the government that those drugs be made available, correct?
Look, when you talk about government, we attract partner support, we put things in budget. The money we attract, now I'm talking about the debt situation. Most of the funds that come through donor support, they are credits.
No. I just want to be simple.
So
Let
it
me
is
submit
government in a way. Most
Yeah,
of
it is. Is it
that
government or is it partners out there contributing to the drugs for the health
government
facility?
is mostly, there will be some partner support, definitely. I
So the
don't
drugs that go into the facilities and government runs facility are drugs that were given from the government allocation within the budget. Am I correct?
government allocation primarily, and the Ministry of Health can attract support from other partners. With
And
our
and
support,
again, and again, to be on the record, she told you that all government-run health facility should have
I've
drugs.
been regularly supplied drugs.
Okay, thank you. My next question, sir. Let's go back to the banking issue. Again, if Muad is settled, we'll bring him on. I really want him on the show. Let's go back to the banking issue, Mr. Minister. Prior to your takeover or within the time frame, it was before you that we heard that the government gave money, almost 8.9 to 12 million dollars to the SIB bank or some kind of bank, the government. I mean, who do you have advised the president to do that build out for that bank?
Well, the uh, the the government through the central bank and took some actions to bail out a commercial bank. And let me say this as a former central banker. You know, sometimes it appears like is the bank. It appears like is the management of the bank. When a bank is teetering on difficulties, and that when a bank fails, sometimes there are a lot of monkey mouse. And I say sorry. I mean, I think I may get a copyright on this monkey man thing from you. There are a lot of people there. Luby, some of you remember the former Luby Bank. I was at the central bank when Luby failed. Luby failed. We were doing bank resolution, liquidation, and doing stuff. I know what it did to a lot of people's income.
So who you
So,
have advised the president
so,
to build
so,
out the bank?
so building out banks generally. That's why in America they couldn't sit there and allow banks to fail. Because when banks fail, many people fail. So it's an issue of ensuring that whatever bailout that went to the banks, the government eventually, when those banks get on solid footing, that they can make sure that the government that builds them out.
So who do you advise the president to build out that bank though?
Listen, I was not there to
Who do you
understand
advise the president if you were the minister of
the
finance?
totality of the issue. I was not there to get the totality. So I don't want to second guess.
No, you've been there since September. You should understand that. Is this money, Mr. Minister, let me straight here. This money that was given to the bank, is it a free money to that bank?
Discussions are being held. As I said, the concept of bailing out banks is sound. Now, as a bank is built out, there should be, and there are conversations led by the central bank to ensure that the Liberian government or the Liberian people generally, as we bail you out, that the government is not shortchanged.
No, we're talking about the one that you built up. You said you wasn't there. I'm asking the question you couldn't answer. Who do you have advised the president to build this bank up? Everything you know now.
Listen, from what I know, building out a bank, given that when a bank fails, market amounts of this world will fail, it is hard for you not to think about building out a bank. What needs to happen and what is the conversation now is that the Liberian people, whose resources were used to build out the banks, the central bank is leading a process that will ensure at the end of the day the Liberian people are not shortchanged.
Minister Gafwani, who do you have advised the president to build this bank out?
Building out banks generally, whether it's in Liberia and in the U.S. and everywhere is generally a good thing to do.
Would you ever advise the president to build a bank out?
You don't want a lobby effect. You know, I don't want to call a bank because sometimes just to call the name can create a problem. There was a bank that was.
So, Mr. Gafwan, we don't have enough time. Minister Gafwan, I don't want to hear this story. No, Minister Gafwan. Minister Gafwan. The question is a question that pointed. You're the sitting Minister of Finance, Development, and Planning. The Liberian people want to know. You said I wasn't there. Now you are there. Number one. Two question. Would you have advised the president to build that bank out?
Our banks, knowing for the word that when a bank fails, the number of persons that fail.
So you can't say yes. So, Minister, you cannot say yes. I understand. Is this bank built up?
All that needs to happen is to ensure that they build up funds that when the bank comes into profitability, the Liberian people whose resources are used will not be shortchanged. The central bank, the reason why I must be measured here, this thing about banks is not fully in my shop. I am the head of the fiscal house. If I were the central bank governor, I would have volunteered more to you then. I must respect the boundaries. The central bank is independent, and comments from the finance minister must be measured.
You served as a bank governor before. You served as a finance minister before for 4 years. You served as a foreign minister. Now you are sitting as a finance minister and telling us within this government, you don't want to agree to tell the Liberian people whether you have advised the president to build out or not to build out, and now you're throwing it on Samoa. But let me ask you a question. Did this build out? Would the bank pay back? Would the bank pay back? Would the bank pay back the Liberian people money?
If I were just someone in the street, I would talk liberally. I cannot because I'm the finance minister of this country. I have rigidities. The central bank governor leads, and I must be measured. Fiscal discipline must understand monetary independence.
Now we understand you got to be measured. With the bank pay the money back, Minister Gafwan, asking you, Minister Gafwan,
Minister Gafwan is leading, and we are supporting this process. That at the end of the day, the Liberian people are not shortchanged.
Okay, but that's the question then. I got to move on. The people got to come in. So are you telling us that you gave the Liberian people money out before negotiating payment plan? Is that what you are saying today? This government gave out almost $12 million without any negotiation whether the bank would pay back or not. Now you say you are no, let me finish. You can correct me, sir. You can correct me. Sir, Minister Gafwan, one at a time, sir. Let me ask and you can correct me. I asked you the question repeatedly. I'm asking you again. The Liberian people money were given out to a bank without any plan about payback. Was it money or loan or grant or free money, said take it and go? Yeah, you will have to be clear because you are the sitting finance minister, sir.
Oh, Senator Stanton, you said this government put out money. Do you know that the central bank has independence? Do you know that the governor of the central bank, the past governor, and his team went and they operated the bank and they took decisions. I would not want to get into their decisions. I will be measured. So the government in central banking, there is a difference between the government and the central bank. So you cannot say the government, the central bank, with its independence, took an action.
No, the person that approved it. No, Minister, don't do this to us. It must be approved. It must be approved by the president. We have the document. I will put up the document that from George Manor we are. No, Minister.
They do not require
Minister,
They do not require.
Minister, Minister, the transaction met the approval of the president. You cannot say that.
Require the approval of president.
The transaction met the approval of the president. I am going to go ahead. The request was made. No, Minister, wait. I'm about to put the letter up. They met the president after the election, the bank executive. They went through the bank governor at the time, allocations. They negotiated payment on a George manner where government they didn't get that payment. They came back with the complaint to this president, Joseph Yemabwaka. Yeah, we are. Our bank is going under the water. Help us out. Through the former finance minister, Bwama Kamara, through the former bank governor, and now with the advice of the economic team, with the president, including, of course, we all know, Grisby and the rest of them, it was true that you wasn't on. But the president approved that transaction that they should carry it on and build this bank out. So I'm not saying that the central bank is not their own independent, but it met the approval of President Joseph Yemabwaka. Is this money or loan or free money given to the bank? You choose not to answer us, but we can leave.
Let me give you this. Central banks, by their nature, are independent. Whatever a president tells a central bank are suggestions. Central banks, I work at the central bank, and when President Taylor was president of the Republic of Liberia, and presidents may have their wishes. Their wishes are their wishes. Well, all I can say on this matter is that I will have to be measured, but all I can say is that central banks by nature are independent. Bailing out banks is generally a good thing to do. What needs to happen, and the central bank is leading on that charge, is to ensure that no matter what arrangement happens, that the Liberian people ultimately would not be shortchanged.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister Gafwan. My last question for tonight should be my last question because Mr. Gafwan is not answering all of my questions. My last question for tonight is the University of Liberia. Mr. Gafwan, why is the university closed as of today? And it seems that it will not be open for this year.
Well, I would need to update myself. I was secretary of the board of the university for quite a while. I'm not, but the university is a peculiar place. I was former president of the University Student Union. So there are a lot of issues, it is a macrocosm of the society. But in terms of payment, in terms of our obligation to the university, my folks tell me that, we've practically, the university budget was upwards of 30 million. As at this time, we've practically, disbursed to the university all the resources budgeted. The university has issues that may not only relate to funding.
Most of the issue, and I will upload the document. Let me give the rest of the guys a chance to ask. When I come back to me, I will upload the document to you. Most of the issue that the university is not being open is because of money, no money. So I will upload the document and we can discuss the letter. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson.
The budget of the university was
I've been on for a long time and my internet keep fluctuating. Can you allow me the opportunity, please? Since Dr. Richardson has a very stable internet.
Go ahead,
Go
Moali.
ahead,
Moali. Moali, I think Dr. Richardson, the birthday lady, will allow you. Go ahead. Your two questions.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Happy birthday, and I wish you many more years to come. Firstly, I'd like to clarify the lies my brother Azedo have been spewing. U.S. rate coming down and rice price remain the same as it do. The latest survey proves your assertion very wrong. Rice price is dropping as well. It used to be 60, 70 under your regime. Under this administration, with the rate of the U.S. dropping, our latest survey shows that it's between $40 to $50 a cup, depending on the grade of rice you bought. It used to be $3,400. Now it's dropping to $3,200 to $3,150. And so people are actually having savings, contrary to what Brother Azid do is asserting here. But Minister Gafwan, I think this show is intended for the Liberian people to understand what they actually have in the budget. Are there plans in this budget to rehabilitate, renovate public schools around? Because you go to public schools in the country, you really don't want to go to school. You just want to sit somewhere and don't go to school at all. And education there is very vital for us. It's part of the arrest agenda. So could you tell the public if there are plans to begin the rehabilitation and renovation of public schools? That's my first question.
There are, in fact, there are allocations of, I cannot give you the exact figure now, but it should be more than $3 million. And that it would affect not just the public schools across the country, but also MCSS schools. And this is just the beginning. We're going to do more as the budget size grows. So indeed, there's going to be some renovations across the country.
My second question, you were explaining something about recurrent costs when Dr. Brupler talked about recurrent costs. Normally, we just associate recurrent costs with buying furniture, paying salaries. And my thing is, we said on this show, from the beginning of the show, Stanton was asking you, for example, about people who took police training, they are not on payroll. Definitely, when you include them on the payroll, it increases that recurrent cost. And by the word recurrent means expenditure you are doing every year. Those are constant expenditures. Do we consider, for example, road maintenance? Every year we maintain road as recurrent cost. Do we consider, for example, expenditure in the health sector, where you buy drugs, medicine for hospitals and clinics as recurrent cost? Do we consider the furniture, the teaching materials that you provide to education sectors, to school, as recurrent costs? Do you consider maintenance of government properties? The minister going up?
He's
Well,
hearing you.
Go ahead, Mo, we hear you.
do you do you consider the maintenance of government properties, vehicles, buildings, and all the kind of things are recurrent costs, the cleaning of cities and everything? I just want you to elaborate on it a little bit more so that we understand. We wouldn't know anything about recurrent costs, so that we know exactly what recurrent cost actually is. Minister Gafon.
We are making a quick technical adjustment.
Thank you, Nelson. Thank you. That's Nelson. Another thing that the internet is up and down. But Dr. Richardson, thank you for coming.
To do, and I guess
the internet is recovering course. So let's just consider.
Today is a reason birthday just about to go relax yourself.
The price of rice going down. The price of goods.
Relax yourself. See, get crown on
we're not doing dreamy yet.
We're not having your
dreamy. Yeah, I know. You do dreamy, yeah? You come here with you see that swimming pool we eat? You see that swimming pool we
I said wait. And let me read this. I said wait, let me read this. And messages coming in. I am, and this is from somebody, right? Number ending 5856 is a 231 number. The Washington show, it says, Stanton, I am a rice leader. Doing wholesale. Prices are dropping. I was selling rice at $3,450 LRD per bag at the rate of $196. I am now selling it for $3,300 at the rate of $182 in red light market. My business name is A Arrow Venture. Stanton, please call my business name, A Arrow Venture. You can send the journalist to check on me Monday, and please, I will let you guys to check on me
Can
Monday.
you start for that now?
Venture. Hold on, Mo Ali. A as in
Mm.
Apple, Arrow as in Rubber, Venture at Relay Market.
Screenshot the message and put it out.
Oh,
Okay.
as a you still have
There's a
started.
cheating. Well, Stanton.
I say, guys, Mo Ali, wait. Mo Ali, wait.
Well,
Mo
you
Ali,
can't play politics with the economy.
wait. I said, wait now. Wait, I beg you guys. I'm going to take this screenshot. He want me to even post it, not even in the chat room. I'll put it up. He asking everybody to go, and this is a promotion for his business. He said the rest press trap. I'm not going to argue with it. Somebody can follow up. But let's get back to Mo Ali. Your question, Mo Ali. Complete your second question.
Yeah, so Minister, I was asking the issue of recurrent costs. I was asking road maintenance. Every year, road maintenance, is it considered recurring cost? Buying drugs and materials for clinics and hospitals, are they considered recurring costs? Teaching materials to schools, are they considered recurring costs? Because every time when we talk about the budget, we say 87% recurring cost, and the thing the common man mind goes to is just salaries and buying cars and furniture. Can you clarify for us, please?
Definitely, all the items you listed that are in the recurrent category, especially drugs, teaching materials. People will go to people schools will strike if you don't have charts, you don't have those things. So this demonization of recurrent costs is maybe we need to do more in explaining the budget, the objects of expenditure, and I take note of that. We're going to do more. But one of the things that I said, and I need to reiterate, the entire development package, the package in terms of allocation, is not the allocation is not fully captured just within the government's budget. Like for now, we will soon be beginning the conversation with the World Bank for its what they call the country partnership framework, the CPF. It is going to be, I think, for 5 to 6 years. What would the World Bank emphasize in 6 years or 5 years? The African Development Bank has something called country strategy paper. Every development partner has a long-term intervention. And when they are putting it together, they discuss with government. Yesterday, I led the government's team in what we call the GOL UN dialogue. The UN is also putting together their long-term development plan. Each of their agencies, whether it's UNICEF or whatever. Now, we are the ones discussing with them the priority areas and where they should put fundings. Like the African Development Bank just yesterday approved more than 22 million for domestic resource mobilization. It comes to the country, it's going to support the LRA and others. You're not seeing this budget. So we said that we see everything, we know the allocations that go to the government through the government's budget and comes and those that pass that will pass through the projects, the development financing that we call it. Now, one of the things that will happen is that sometimes the recurrent expenditure dimension of a project, the partner will say, government, take this up. We will focus on what we call development. So while government is taking up the recurrent portion, the recurrent percentage shoots up. But when you put things in totality, they are delivering development. So next year's budget, I've told my people, we have to. When I came, the budget book, there are structural rigidities. You couldn't just change them like that. The one issue of Dr. Brooklyn, I will tell you this: when you see grants and subsidies, grants may appear like recurrent, but in grants, there are a lot of development-related expenditure. If I could get my wish, I wanted them to deconstruct the figure so as to segment it. But they told me it would have taken 3 weeks because of some of the technical things. So the face of the budget is definitely going to change to capture some of the concerns that some of you have, which are very legitimate.
Thank you very much, Minister Gafwan. Dr. Richardson, are you with us? We want to give you a chance to ask your question before we go to Dr. Bople and Dualu.
Celebrating the birthday
All
of
right.
Senator.
So let me go to Dr. Bople and Mr. Dualu. You guys, please.
Thank you, CEO. Again, thank you, Mr. Minister. We appreciate you and all you do for our country. My friend Isaac Do, who's off, was talking about, the exchange rate dropping. And I actually agree with him, because the rate dropped from 194, 196 to 183, which is good for the government, which shows that the value of our money getting stronger. However, the measure of that value is in its ability to purchasing power. So for us to see that gain, we must see a drop in prices. Important things like gasoline, rice. If we see that drop, we're doing great. So, Mr. Minister, I know you're at work along with the Commerce Minister and President Economic Team. Let's make it matter. Otherwise, it's just talk. No time for talk yet. We've got to try to make some progress. I got one question for you, Chief. Um, what is the projected number of jobs that we hope to create in this next fiscal 2025 budget? What is the estimated projected number of jobs? Because you know that's the epicenter of economic job creation.
Well, the interventions we are making, they are not only coming from this government, this budget. The budget is supporting some interventions, interventions in roads, interventions in energy. We are also taking actions that are enabling the private sector. The power situation ultimately is going to improve. So ultimately, this trickle downs to the private sector and jobs will be created. I don't want to talk about government because government of jobs is just sometimes people take it to be jobs, but in a way it increases recurring costs. But when the cost of power comes down, when we increase access, there are going to be more and more employment because businesses are going to get profitable. When the roads are pliable, they're not cut off. Employment, whether it's by Dwalu and others, or will increase. So overall, the estimate is that it's going to increase. We are waiting we are getting data. We are getting data from Legis and Labor Ministry to be able to give you firm projections on the job situation. But the job situation is going to improve as a result of these interventions that are going to converge to make businesses more enabling. When businesses get more enabling, they're going to take more actions on job. So the technical units of government, they are working to be able to come with credible data as to what's going to happen over the period.
So thank you, Minister. I pray that the Labor Ministry will work with your ministry so that sooner rather than later, they will provide a projection. The good thing of projection, it gives builds confidence in the population, hope, but also it gives the government opportunity to measure our growth in terms of job creation. So I hope we'll see that number soon. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Poplet, thank you. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson before Dualu. Dr. Richardson.
Minister, thank you for coming to Spoon. It's always good when the likes of you are here to explain to the Liberian people the functioning of your ministry and the good work that you are doing or the bad work that you are doing. So I appreciate you being here. My question to you is actually my first question to you. I want to piggyback on something I heard Dr. Brooklyn speak about, and that was about the county development fund. As you know, and I know, Liberia has diversity in its county in terms of physical diversity and population. What informs your decision when you guys are making allocation to the counties?
Okay, there are a lot of things. Most ministries, agencies, and commissions of government are not ministries, agencies, and commissions for Monrovia. There's a key phrase there of Liberia. Ministry of Public Works of the Republic of Liberia. Ministry of Education of the Republic of Liberia. So when they are putting together their plans, they are putting together their Liberian plan. They should have plans for counties. In terms of the plans of ministries and agencies, they capture county interventions. But besides that, besides Mr. Mo Ali here, who is the managing director of Water and Sewer, is doing for the counties, and I know that one or two counties are going to benefit from what we've put in. I want to give him the chance to put out the news that one or two southeastern counties are going to benefit in terms of increased water supply because of the fundings we are giving. So although he's managing director and here I like it, is Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation. It is now Monrovia Water and Sewer Corporation. That's why Mo is thinking far-flung counties. So let me not steal his thunder because it will be his duty to announce his package for next year. But we have stakeholder consultations. We go across, we hear from people. We talk about what informs. We also hear in budget hearings, we call the entities to talk. Yesterday, we had a situation where some doctors met me and some of my colleagues on some of the issues. And that we gather data. We do studies. So we put the package together. And now we've done, which is very good, the county development agendas. So whether it's Cape Mount or it is Bone County and Bone Mines, the people have said something. They've said what they want. So the government, as we put together the budget this year and next year, we're going to be grilling ministers that will come to us for money to say, okay, what are you doing for Magibi? We look in the Magibi County Development Agenda. They say they want this, they want that, they want that. Mr. Ali, the people say they want an extended facility, water facility. What are you doing for them? Then he has to tell us that. And the development partners, I told you about what World Bank and others are doing now. They're putting together their plan. They're going to put significant resources. Yesterday, I was talking to the UN. Look, take the county development agenda seriously. So funds will be going to some of the counties based on what they have there. Some of the funds will come from government, some will come from partners. So we have a development plan for 5 years, beginning next year. The national plan dovetails with the county plan. So if you want to take a deep dive, you can take Bond County and see what the people want. Priorities in Bond. So you get those there. So we have a plan now laid out. It makes it easier for development planning. It makes it easier for development spending.
So I'm not convinced if you answer my question. I think.
So what do we look at? We do stakeholder consultations. So what do we look at? We also use our data. We use data, budget execution data. Like sometimes you will see some budgets will reduce, and people will be concerned, why did the budget reduce? When we gave what we call a non-recurrent intervention, like they needed this year, maybe they needed to purchase or do something this year, it is non-recurrent, meaning it is for this year. It was for something. It was done. So that budget is up by, let's assume, we did some non-recurrent thing of 10 million, 5 million in a budget. Next year, when we start the budget, we take out all the non-recurrent, we get something called basic funding. We consult the stakeholders, we consult beneficiaries. So the budget process, the whole year, we are hearing. We put people in counties, they give us data, Now that we have done budget for 2025, we're going to see how execution will go. The execution will inform the budget formulation for next year. We are hearing.
Mr. Minister, thank you so much. I'm still not convinced that you are answering my question, but
You said, what do we look
but,
at?
but what I really wanted to know, and maybe I wasn't clear, I'll take responsibility for that. So we have diversity in the regions. Okay, for example, Bomi County has a smaller population versus Monterrey. All right, so and the needs may be different. I was wondering if you have an assessment that would say, okay, we're going to give Bomi County $1 million, and then we'll give Monterrey County $2 million, and we expect that different revenues will come from these different counties to support their county development. And for example, we know Cape Town, where my ancestors are from, it's a tourist. It could be a great tourist same area. All right, so I would think that you will give a budget to tourism in that area to increase the revenue of our country. That's so. I was just wondering, does that inform your decision how our diversity in the region and in the different offers that this country have, amenities in terms of amenities?
One of the things that you see these what we call social development funds, like the Metal money. Metal is operating primarily in 3 counties:
Yes.
Nima, Bong, and Grand Bassa.
Yes.
We've put in their what we call their mineral development agreement contributions that must go annually to those counties. So that Nima should benefit 1.5 million a year. Bong, I think 1 million, and Grand Bassa 500,000. When we had China Union, they
Precisely,
also
that's what I was asking.
So we have those.
These
Now, if you have so deliberately in all these operations, agreements, whether it's forestry and what have you, there are fundings that are targeted for counties, and we tried. Government has been over time not being the best in remitting the county funds. I say government not being the best.
Okay.
So we have inherited a lot of arrears because of delayed payments to the counties. We have started county development funds, or those funds have been paid to the counties now. Social development fund is in process because I feel, and it's clear, or Dr. Francine, that when we use the counties contribute to the national coffers. The county stakeholders who are entitled to fundings by law, should get their funding and should get their fundings on time. So that is going to improve.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. My second question, if I'm allowed to, is, and maybe you guys spoke about this already. I see that for time immemorial, we have been having payment on a monthly issue in Liberia. Do you have any plan to at least make payments like a salary on a bi-weekly, like other countries, like in the United States, people pay on a bi-weekly basis? And if you do, can you tell us how that might help or hurt the economy?
No, we get a very good suggestion. I mean, the first thing is we must pay on time.
Yes.
We must pay on time. The government of Liberia had a good practice of paying on time. We as a government, and I say government, we started to slip. That people, it started lagging for a month, sometimes 2 months, as government. I'm not bifurcating which government, I'm just saying government. Now, the civil servants are getting used to being paid on time. In fact, paid before time. We've targeted, and some people even start to get their pay around the 16th. So one of the problems they're telling me is that how do some of them feel that we're paying them too soon, and then, but we told them, well, it is your money. You rather go, before you go and do susu. And
the people crying that you're paying them too soon. Hey,
people have a problem. They say, no, I mean, when the money gets there, it's difficult for them to keep it. So we say, well, it is try to manage it. but we intend to pay on time. Your suggestion is not utopian. We must be ambitious enough to reach that point. There's a conversation we're having with the civil service. The only reason, one of the problems has been fiscal challenges. When we get regular and we know that it's predictable, we can reduce the time frequency, because when you reduce the time frequency, it is better. It is better for people. You will not expose them. So it is not it's not a wise suggestion. It is a possibility. We are solving some of the legacy problems now. When we get on autopilot in paying on time, the next big move is how do we now civil servants, because we pay, they're getting loans, the banks are now giving them facilities, which is helping. This other issue of reducing the pay period is one thing that we've already started conversation. I don't want to put out all the details, because at the end of the day, when things are concluded, my friend and brother, Honorable Joker, will be the one to come and roll out details.
Thank
Can
you.
I ask one more question, Senator?
I beg you, let's come back. We'll
That's
come
fine.
back, please.
That's fine.
Why do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. And I want to thank the minister for continuing on his path. But minister, we're going to go to the bread and butter. Dr. Brupler started this for me. My next two questions will be on job creation in the country, especially with the private sector. Liberia, according to the number you gave, and I read a little number, we collect approximately $67 million every single month in domestic tax. That's excluding anything additional that is given to the country from external sources such as the World Bank, etc. So approximately $67 million. I understand with complete certainty. You talk about purchasing power. You talk about macroeconomic stance across the country. You talk about how we're going to put people to work. The government does not allocate enough serious money where that is outside of the government itself to focus on private sector job creation across the country. The only way we're going to grow the tax base in our country if we have to expand the private sector. You know, most of the men, LU, Cottington, they're putting a massive amount of graduates. The government cannot take this kind of number. What is the real plan to truly start small-scale manufacturing, for example, or the fishing industry, for example, to build hubs across the country where we can put these men and women to work? The government, have we allocated, even we start with 10 million or 5 million? That's my first question.
Hello?
You good? You good?
Oh, you talk about, in fact, please let me to go back a little bit. When we talk about demonization of recurrent, some of the recurrent spending is actually keeping the private sector. Goods and services, cleaning materials and many of those things, the SMEs are the main beneficiaries of what government puts out there. When you hear government's budget, businesses are now taking positions through procurement. Who are the ones applying for these procurement contracts or grants? Liberian businesses. So what has been happening is that one of the biggest spenders in the economy, government, had gotten, in terms of its credit worthiness, had gotten bad a little bit. So we are improving that so that government should not be the reason why a small, medium enterprise business will not survive because perform government contract and government could not pay and pay on time. Because it's one thing to pay, but it's another thing to pay on time. So that the private sector is not, incurring interest because government has delayed. And what happens eventually, the price of government's products and services will, goes up because that particular delay is built into the price. So in fisheries, there are a lot of things happening. There is a World Bank project we're supporting, and that we just even wrote a letter that we have a port, a pier for fisher folks. And that is coming through the fisheries or the national, how they call it, NAFA, and we're working with them, making sure that that sector that has so much possibilities for the country, that we can leverage it. in each of the sectors, actions are being taken. Now, when we're dealing with the constraints, the big constraints to growth, Dwalo, one I discussed with a Liberian business person, and the person came to me, a businesswoman, and the person was running a business. And then one of the businesses the person was running was just, how you call these things, Airbnb centers. But the person told me that they went under. You know the main reason? Power, putting what full power. So they went down. So when you see us making this big push for power, the access rate in Liberia now is at just around 30%. We want to increase it through our energy compact to about 80, above 80% over this period. Now, as we speak, through the African Development Bank project that we're supporting through the Ministry of Commerce, there's a youth entrepreneur business project for young people, young entrepreneurs. And we're going to be giving them resources and funds. So we negotiated that. It's just been approved. So the private sector generally, one of the things I committed to, and whenever you come, I hope you will join us in some of these conversations. I had an engagement with the Liberia Chamber of Commerce. We have agreed and committed that we're going to have quarterly meeting, not less than quarterly. We can have the intervals could be shorter based on what we want if there's an emergency. But we're going to bring government. It's going to be government private sector dialogue. We'll bring in government stakeholders, whether it's the port manager, whether it is the people at the Liberia Business Registry, whether it is the LRA and ourselves. Let the private sector tell us their issues with us. And then we commit at that meeting, at those sessions. It's supported by the IFC, of the World Bank and other partners. We are going to agree on what we're going to do in this quarter. And then responsible parties I named. What we will do, what they will do. After a quarter, we meet again. And then the private sector will grade us. Did you do what you want, what you say what you said you would have done? So that engagement with the private sector in terms of action, like the port. I don't want to get in details, but when I had the first meeting with them, I got enough information that makes me to know that we're going to have some big question, big interaction with, bringing the port, issue of demurrage, those things that affect business in a practical way. So the Liberia government private sector dialogue has started. We are going to recognize it. It's going to include LIBA folks. It's going to include Chamber of Commerce. It's going to include some other specialist organizations that have been formed to push the issue of the private sector.
Thank you, Minister Gaffan. Let me announce very quick. Hold on 1 minute, Guado. The minister engagement with us will be another 15 minutes, please. Okay. It's very important. So we ask you guys after Dualu's last question, let's do one question each. It's very important because we understand what a minister is, and these were some of our arrangement. We got about 15 more minutes to spend with the minister. Dualu, your last question, please.
And Honorable Minister, thank you for pushing it in that direction. My issue here is I don't want private sector individual to be reliant on government contract. I'll give you an example. Approximately $20 million we import pepper into the country every single year. In that pepper importation to Liberia, we are talking anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 jobs locally if we localize this process. When President Walker was running, he came into Providence, and one of the arguments he made was, we in the diaspora, we have almost $20 billion cap. Where is the think tank to tap into this? I've been selling this message to our people. If we don't put our hand on the Liberia, we will not develop. What room will you guys provide for us if we come into the country to take over our country when it comes to private sector production? I'm not talking about government contract. I'm talking about why are we importing airplane into the US when we have a contract here? And edibles and potatoes and the plantains of the world. Why aren't we doing pineapple that are massive pineapple farmers in Cape Mount? Why aren't we putting the people to work with these kind of plans? I'm talking about true plans that will cut it off. 2025 graduate, all of y'all hire through the Liberian Diaspora Corporation. Where's the plan for that?
Well, one of value addition is key for jobs. The government, as a matter of strategy, is going to be doing a whole lot to incentivize value addition, and that the more leeway you go, the better some of the packages in terms of the breaks we gave you on the tax side. So those are things that we're going to do, whether it's in agriculture, like we put some money in for agriculture value chain. Whatever money we're doing through government is catalytic. It's meant to help so that the private sector takes it up. The special economic zone, that we are supporting. What businesses are going to be operating there? Private sector. But government has to be an enabler, engaging, putting money in the facilitating the development interventions that will make it easier for the private sector. So, but while I understand you talk about the diaspora, I wouldn't want to jump ahead of the curve because there are things that are happening to encourage the diaspora more. I will allow the Minister of Foreign Affairs to speak to this because some practical smart actions. The government is listening. The government is hearing. But the diaspora, can be more of an active player in the development agenda. There is a diaspora office, government now. So let me not speak for them. Call them. We'll lay
Thank
out.
you.
You'll be happy for what they are intending to do, and we will support it.
Thank you very much, Minister Gafwine. Mami, please, let's do one question, guys. We'll beg everyone.
I agree.
Boy.
I agree, Stanton.
Mami, he really got to go.
Yeah, I'll ask my two questions. We spent I don't know how many years.
Go ahead, Mami. That's a two question. We'll jump over more at it. Go ahead.
When the whole world knows that when your currency appreciates and the rate drop, as an import dependent country, it leads to reduction in price. That's a basic theory all around the world. Import dependent country fight for that rate for that value of that currency to appreciate, so that the price of goods can drop. That's what they fight for. But because somebody say, man, how I can change your money from 190 to 188, so we'll keep the rate high.
I'll get to your question now, but
you let us spend all the time on that. Minister Gafwan, two questions. During December of 2023, there was this story about $83 million that the government borrowed from the central bank to pay salaries. When you're talking about constraint on the budget, because it was still an issue with the IMF, what is the commitment of the government now to pay back that money that was taken during the election year, the 83 million? Is there any commitment, and how much are we paying to the central bank for the 83 million? That would be my first question.
Okay. I thought you were putting all two together. Okay, the government of Liberia has committed through engagement with the central bank and the IMF. It's part of the commitment to honor the ECL program that the money, the $83 million funding loan that was quote unquote taken, we will have to pay back. We have begun, we've budgeted $16 million in the budget of next year to start the payback of the 83 million. So it's one of the burdens that we have to be taking up. One of the issues we must address is the central bank's reserve. For macroeconomic balance, a country's reserve should be able to finance not less than 3 months of imports. Ours can only do just around 2 months. So there is a problem there. So when you see, under the ECF program, the Extended Credit Facility Program, that were approved for and got the $210 million in September. We had a negotiation and the IMF approved us. That money comes over a 40-month period, but it's not coming on government's budget. It is going to the central bank to show up the reserve. There are macroeconomic reasons for that. It was a good news, but it also put us under pressure, we the fiscal house, because people felt that we have monies to divide. No, it shows up our reserve. When the reserve situation gets better, it affects other indicators. This is technical. I don't want us to get in the weeds.
Thank you.
This is going to happen. 60 million budgeted to deal with that problem. Beginning every year, we have to deal with it. Beginning next year.
Thank you. So it's 16 million every year that would have gone to health, education, and other places. But on the budget, last question. This off-budget spending is becoming a problem. Every time we make the budget, we know we can't put everything in the budget that will be occurrences. But for me, it's going out of hand. Off-budget spending. What is the mechanism in place to ensure that the off-budget spending is not misused for personal benefit? And what is the government doing to ensure when you give money to counties and ministries and agencies, at the end of the budget year, they can present budget performance report of how they use state resources? So budget performance report and off-budget spending, what are we doing about them?
I think we have much improved on budget performance reports. When the new Comptroller General came in, Honorable Edward Nettie, there were some delays, and what happened was that, now under the amendment of the PFM law, all controllers operate under the Comptroller and Accountant General. He practically deploys them, and they are paid now through the Ministry of Finance, but although they are deployed and stationed across ministries. So when there was a delay, he just said, well, we'll not pay your salaries. And then everybody started to meet the deadline. So reports are coming in, and I think that is not so much of an issue now. There could be some technical glitches, but we ensure that reports are out as quickly as possible. Now, off-budget spending, as you rightly said, we're talking this year. For next year, talking about budget, what will happen? Do we cannot in the real world anticipate or capture all the contingencies, everything that's going to happen. So there will be some things that will happen, and there will be some urgencies that we have to address. So most of the things that people call off-budget spending, and the kind of impression that came out of it, it bordered on something untoward. Most of those impressions could not be borne out by the facts, because, like, I usually make this example, and the folks at the Ministry of Youth and Sports tell me that I like to pick on them. A few weeks ago, Minister Bangalu and his Deputy Minister Ende Kwemi, they came and wrote a letter. What did they come for? The Lone Star was to play, I think, Equatorial Guinea or somewhere. No money. Mr. Minister, is it in your budget? It's not there. And so addressing that issue through the Budget Transfer Act, typically, if people are not too aware of budget and how budgets are implemented, you will consider that off-budget spending is off-budget spending, but it is necessary budget spending. So it is nothing untoward. Now, so it must operate within rules and guidelines and discipline. What we are telling ministries and agencies, plan for a whole year and be disciplined. We're going to enforce some disciplines in the budget, in the execution of the budget. But no matter what we do, Ambulai, there will be issues. Some of the ministry, some of the allocations, as time goes by, Sometimes we do what we call mid-year review. You wanted to do this, but there are pieces of information you get now that will tell you that the other thing is more urgent, is more of a priority than what you budgeted for. So we gave budget transfer opportunities to ministry to rejig, and sometimes things that were not seen as priorities come on budget, but we have to do it within the strictures of the law.
Thank you. Are the
Thank you
budget,
very
are the
much.
budget being pushed?
Minister, let's just leave Mommy alone.
Are the
As he
budget
do
being
the
are the
rest of the
budget being pushed?
question.
I
I
mean,
want to give
Ali,
again.
your town,
We're gonna give
Lamatao.
because the minister have to go. We're
I'll
gonna
ask one
give
question. That's
Fatima.
okay.
No. I said we'll give Fatima one question, then I say you will come to close on the minister.
As
Fatima,
well.
let's do one question, please. The minister
So,
ready.
Honorable Gafwan, I again appreciate you for coming here. I mean,
Fatima, wait 1 minute. Who's that? Can we mute, guys? Thank you. Go ahead, Fatima.
Honorable Gafwan, like I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by the sounds behind us, but I was just saying, we're grateful that you're here today to clarify some things that the Liberian people want to know. I know that the last government did have a pro-poor agenda, but our government have an arrest plan. In the next 5 years, what is your mandate? What is your approach to reducing poverty? Poverty reduction is something that I'm very much concerned about because my mom people from Cape Mom, my mom people from Bapu, all of them, our old people. What is your plan to reduce poverty in our country? That is my question.
Thank you.
Okay. I said at the start of this show that I was giving some targets that we have in the what we call the AAID, the Arrest Agenda for Inclusive Development, and that we intend multidimensional poverty goes beyond income poverty. At this stage now is about 45%. Over the period, the target is to, through all the interventions we are doing, whether it's in education, it is in the interventions we're doing in roads, sooner than later, over this period, don't be surprised that you will be able to drive from here and go to Onkota Road, I'm telling you, and go to Harper and come back. In this period, that is an ambition and is what I see and what I sent and from what I say, from what I said, rather, I see good things. Good things for Liberia. It's not a good thing for any one of us per se, it's for our country. Because, and then we are working on the Banga Menikoma. As we speak, we have gotten some funding for feasibility studies for Buchanan to Greenville. We're trying to attract some funding that would take the road all the way, the quote unquote coast to coast that we have long talked about. It's a possibility. The partners are coming, they adopted, but they are not getting hopeful. From where I sit and the partners I interact with, this year's budget, next year's budget will take us some way. We'll not reach there. But where we will be materially farther than where we were. As I said, and take this from me, every year, the commitment we make is that every year will be much better than the previous year.
Thank you very much, Minister Gafwan. And I think try to make this your closing that because it's only good that I like when you say hold me, bring me back tomorrow and hold me to what I say. Okay. If you ask anyone in Liberia today, we've been hearing about that road to Malcolm. I don't know what that road is. I'm trying to find that place because a lot of people been making promises. They've been making promises about road. So when I like the fact when you say hold me to it, bring me back in February and ask me, then that's where we're going to cut the clip and we're going to remind you, And I really want to say thank you. But before we make Acid go last and more Ali, let me ask you, sir. We shouldn't escape this one, the hustle representative. who do you recognize as the sitting speaker today?
Well, I think was I listening to your show yesterday, and there was a
I know you are
former.
praying that nobody asked you this question, but I saw it. I saw it in the realm of the spirit. Who do you recognize as the sitting
But do
speaker?
you know the meaning of my name?
Okay, Gafwa.
Yes, spirit.
Okay.
That's the meaning of my name. Ask those that know my name. Oh, let me say this. You know, I was listening to your show yesterday, and just to make this thing a little softer, when you were asking, I think, Councillor Cephas,
Yeah.
when you asked him a question, he said, if the Supreme Court cannot answer it, that means it's better answer. That was quite comical. That was quite comical. But I let me say this. We in the executive, the budget actually is not the Minister of Finance's budget. Let me be clear. It's the budget of the Republic of Liberia. Is the
So who do
president.
you recognize as the speaker?
Let me answer this question. Is the president's budget. The president leads the executive. The last time I checked, I was not a law student. You know, I haven't graduated from law school. So I am deficient. I will confess my deficiency. The Minister of Justice and the legal arms of government, the legal advisor, they advise the chief executive. And whatever we do, whatever I do, will be aligned fully with the chief executive's stance on this issue.
So the budget is submitted. The budget came from you, regardless. Your signature is on the budget. Who do you expect right now to be operating on the budget? The Funatikofa Black or the Richikun Black?
Well, you know, I'm an internal optimist. I believe in the possibilities of Liberia. And you talk about consulting the spirits. That's what you said, right? You know,
Oh,
and I
don't say
just,
what I say. I ask you.
and I just feel that Liberia will, you know, the people, police. I go practice on balance.
Let me ask you a question, Minister, because I know in all my question, you do this. Let me ask you a question very quick. When you were nominated for this position, when the president called you, at the time, who was the speaker at the time of the House of Representatives?
What? We had no wrangling at the legislature. I faced the Senate. I don't think the speaker presides over the Senate.
No, I mean, I just asked you, who was the speaker at the time?
No, when I was, I think I was confirmed. I faced the legislature on September 5th. Whatever crisis that ensued at the legislature might have come in, if I'm not mistaken,
In October 17th. But at the time, who was the speaker? It was Fonati Kofa, correct?
Definitely.
Okay, at this today, who's the speaker?
Well, the last time I checked, I was not a student in your class. You know, I'm not a pulpit. All I said to you is this. I said before this, and my thing is that we're under the executive. The executive, the president, is being sufficiently advised legally and in a lot of other ways. And the wisdom of the presidency will be cascaded to us as ministers and actors. We will benefit from the guidance that the president will get. And
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I'm going to bring in Isido. I don't want to push it too much. We got the answer to my question. I'll bring in Isido and Mo Ali will take us home with you. It's a pleasure having you. Please, next time when you come in on Spoon, please come and do one-on-one just with me.
No problem.
Thank you. But Isido, you go with one question, then Mo Ali will take us home with the minister.
Well, Minister, I just listened to you, and it's quite interesting to know that since your kindergarten years to today, you did not know that we had three branches of government and each of the branch got one leader. It is only sad that you need to be a law student to know who is the president, who is the Senate pro tempore, and who is the speaker. It is so interesting to know that. But again, that's another teaching from the rescue. Because I know Stanton asked you a direct question, who is the speaker? You know there are three branches of government, other than that one. The Chief Justice, you know, the President, you know. So I don't know other one person. It is interesting. But I know you had all of the rescue honeymoon fun now, enjoying yourselves, talking all this, all the rule being
Has to get
fulfilled,
to
all
the
the
question
students.
now. He got to
Let me
go.
ask
It's
you,
after 12.
Stanton, let me ask you my question always short. Let me ask you a question. Let's come to the real thing. And I always want to use your number, Minister. I want to use the number you type, not me, not anybody but you. So in the budget, I want to go back to the budget because you are the Minister of Finance. Um, According to the budget you submitted, if I mean you, I mean the rescue now, from the start of this year, it said the total debt was at $2.3 billion, and the budget you just submitted, you listed the total debt at $2.5 billion. That's some 200 million increment into it. We know that, of course, the debt stock is recognized when grants or that's the loans are disbursed, not when they are contracted. This 200 million you recognize within a short time, where did it go? Towards what? Can you enlighten us a little bit?
Isaac,
Which part of the economy? Where did it go?
Isaac, you
Yes,
know,
sir.
good that you take liberties on my knowledge of the branches, and I will spare you that. I will spare you that. Take liberties. I will spare you that. But all I can tell you is this.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wish when you come back, you know who is the speaker, please. The next time.
I was asked. I mean,
Okay.
Stanton asked me, and I told you what. He asked me the question, and I answered him. But let me say this. You talk about a debt stock. I have been deliberately trying to get into details that will create bifurcation on the political terrain. I've been trying. It's a great effort on my part. But as I sit as a minister of finance and I see some of the things that are entering the debt stock, or because of actions recently, not too long ago, about a year or so ago, I'm very concerned. To tell you this, I'm very concerned as a minister of finance about the contracting of some debt, and there are conversations that we're talking. You know, as we're speaking, you were talking about the $83 million loan, but besides that, over that period, other things happened. It's not my duty. I don't want us to get into, because the show is almost at the end. You're talking about why the debt stock increasing. After some time, we'll find some time. We'll make Stanton to invite me, and that it will be because I came to address your question. And when I get into those details, please, we'll have a candid conversation. It pains me that monies we should be giving to hospitals and ground crew and others, we're being constrained to pay to some creditor the contracting of the process. I don't want to give too much on this, but the contracting and the procedure but have left much to be desired. As a patriot, I'm very concerned. And there are conversations ongoing on some elements of the debt stock.
Seriously. Thank you very much, Minister. I know we way past your 12 a.m. We're going to allow Moadi to take us home. We're ready to appreciate you. And after Moadi question, you can do your closing, sir. Mo?
Thank you. I'm more Ali, man.
Like, you know,
Mo, without hearing anything you say,
Well, Ali, we are not hearing your praise
internet
singing.
is bad. Hold on 1 minute, guys. Let's do this. Minister beg here. Moadi ready need to come on. Let me call him for his question since we are not getting him.
Man, Mo Ali come and sing Hallelujah Joy, yeah, but
All right.
yes,
Let me call Mo Ali and see what it.
Minister Gafon, man, come and sing praises Hallelujah Joy around here. I don't know that
Answer,
why
wait,
you will hear.
answer, please. Answer, please. Wait. Mo Ali, go ahead. Yeah, you better.
I said, don't often worry when I'm about to make a comment. And
Yeah, go ahead. You live.
I'm glad that the minister decided to remain very professional and not being political. But I should let Azedo know first before I go to my question that part of that 200 million.
I said, can we do a good show? We thank you, bro.
Yeah,
Please. When the minister go, then we can do this, please.
The 83 million that Minister Gafford talked about is part of that 200 million. And that 83 million was taken to pay salary. They pay only 1 month salary with it. I'm talking about the CDC government. The rest of the 60 or 50 some more million, where it went, nobody knows. It's a question that Azedo should be answering rather than.
So more, let's do it at the end now. We gotta excuse the minister. Come to with your question,
so
please.
My question, Minister Gaffwan, we've heard all the good things about the budget. The budget is a plan. But my concern is, how are we going to raise the revenue to service that budget? Is my major concern. Can you address yourself to that? Thank you.
Okay, maybe we could have talked this at the beginning, but there's going to be a robust revenue collection strategy, mainly based on more and more efficient tax administration. We are going to leverage technology. The LRA has some plans which we are supporting in terms of what is going to happen. They're going to hire more folks to do some of the work in terms of even tax auditors and what have you. So revenue generating entities, we are enhancing their capacity to do more, whether it's in the mining sector, all the entities that generate revenue for government, they are being taxed and they are going to take some actions. The economy is growing generally. When the economy grows generally, you will raise more money in personal income tax, in corporate income tax, so overall, there's going to be a slew of actions, but part of it is efficient revenue collection, honest revenue collection, robust revenue collection everywhere. We're going to close loopholes. Loopholes are going to be closed. Where the country is being shortchanged, even through tax incentives and what have you, we're going to take some actions. Those actions are anticipated. So we are going there. We're going to tighten some places and some paths that were so easy to move on will be difficult because we will ensure that people are fair to the country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. It's always good having you. Come back again. Let's talk Liberia. Let's think Liberia. Let's love Liberia. And through your ministry, we can build a better Liberia. We really do appreciate you. If you have anything else to say, it's all yours to close, sir. Thank you.
No, Stanton, thanks for this opportunity, and to all those that are celebrating birthdays, for Dr. Francine, and to dedicate a hefty portion of her time, of her birthday on this show. I mean, that's so kind of her. And as I said from the beginning, the other colleagues that are celebrating birthday, national figures in their own rights, Alexander Benedict Cummings, Amara Kone, and a lot of others.
Mr. Gaffar, hold on. This is Mr. Cummings. Send a shout out to him, right?
Well, let me say that Mr. Cummings, today is his birthday. That is what I'm celebrating, and that we have some.
But what is salary, Mr. Gaffar? So let me put Amara up because you're calling them. This is. All right, so now Go ahead. You have Dr. Richardson here. It's a
Don't
beautiful
forget my
day.
soldier at home.
I know my colleague Amara will soon call you. But anyway, wherever you are, happy birthday and all those that are celebrating birthday. Let me just say as I conclude, I want to say thanks to you all, for Spoon family, and to you, Stanton, and this is not a normal talk. A few years ago, there was no Spoon talk. Now there's a Spoon talk. You have become a juggernaut in this area. You guys are not traditional journalists. You are professionals, some in other fields, but you are giants in a field that's ordinarily not yours. It's a good Liberian story. We need to celebrate this. When I was in Uganda, I follow your show. You know, I follow. My mother is in Minnesota with my younger sister. They follow. In fact, my mother, yeah, she didn't go to school, but she understands the issue. She sometimes, because since I came on ground, I don't follow as much. She would tell me, oh, they were saying this and that, you know. So I listen to her to follow your show, and that keeps her going. You keep a lot of Liberians in that who are going. So let me say thanks to you. You don't have to agree. You will be critical, but as I said, we will hear. The press needs to be independent, and the President Barkai, me as Minister of Finance, and other members of the government will support this. We don't claim perfection, but what we promise is that we'll continue to take actions. We'll listen to our people. Next year will be better than this year, and the year after will be better than next year. The AAID promises to deliver a whole lot. But after we've done all of these things, deliver on the Liberian people's ambition, we'll look back and say, well, was this their tautology? Was this their bombast? As I said, this is my inaugural edition. Intermittently, I will make myself available. And then we will just oppose speech with action. So thank you for this opportunity, and have a good day.
Thank you very much, sir. May God bless you and may God keep you. Have a good evening, sir. Thanks. That would be good morning in Liberia. We want to say thanks to all those of you that join us. Again, Dr. Richardson, a very special birthday treat to you. Thanks to the Minister Augustine Gafwan. And I just hold the minister to that, next year will be better than this year, and we should hold him. And I'm going to ask James Nelson and the rest of the folks to cut all those promises the minister made for us to play them next year by God's grace. I really want to say it was a beautiful show, a quiet show. It's so hard to run this kind of show, but indeed, I think we took something out of it. The first time of Minister Gafwan is to take something out. When he come back, then again, we improve and get to know where we are as a country. To all of you that join us, thank you. To all of you that continue to follow us, thank you. Don't forget, tomorrow, we're going to have the political leader of LPP, Tewonse Ganglo, as our guest on one-on-one with the CEO. Councillor Ganglo is here tomorrow. He will be also followed by Councillor Serena Seafors. We're going to have two in one show, one-on-one with the CEO. Councillor Tewonse Ganglo, he will be here discussing the House of Representative issue and the Nimbadians issue. Now, we're also going to have Serena Seafors. You remember he said Councillor Funati Kofa lost the case, but again, he did a whole big write-out. He will be our guest tomorrow. Now, we got a full week schedule. We want to ask every one of you bear with us because I can announce, having spoken to other folks, almost full members of the majority of Black moving back home. I'm going to give you the full story tomorrow. This is getting even more interesting. Where they are going, back to Funati Kofa. I'm asking to call their name to confirm this, but things are getting interesting. Things are taking shape. We're going to have Tewonse Ganglo as our guest, the counselor, and we're going to have our Councillor Serena Seafors tomorrow, one-on-one with the CEO. Let's close the show, guys. May God keep us. May God bless us. Again, happy birthday to Dr. Richardson. Seriously, happy birthday to our own friend and our own father, Alexander Cummings, and that of Amara Corner. We really pray that they celebrate this birthday. Before I go, let's show respect to one of our military men, one of the AFL soldier. Today, he's celebrating his birthday too. Mr. Dwadu, his name?
Yeah, Mr. Pata and Ja Edwin Perry. Mr. Pata, thank you so much for serving this country, Sergeant. It is a big deal to serve the country. There is no greater honor. We want to celebrate you on your birthday, sir. Big salute to you, man. Happy birthday, brother.
Yes, sir. He celebrated his birthday with all the great men and women. Again,
Yeah.
guys, let's close the show. Dr. Richardson, you want to go first?
Sure. So thank you so much for recognizing my birthday. I also want to tell my fellow panelists, thank you again for all of the messages in the chat room. And all of our viewers, listeners, commentator, I'm overwhelmed by your greetings and your show of love for me today. I'm really highly overwhelmed by that. I want to say that it was an awesome show having the minister here. I really like it when the ministers, and we can hear from them when they come and speak to the Liberian people. It's important that they keep the information exchange open. So it's good that it can come to Spoon and other media entities to share what's happening in the ministry and what's happening in Liberia. I I really appreciated his responses. I think sometimes his explanation was just long, but it was good. I think he wanted to make sure that he was heard. At the end, when Stanton, you asked him about who would he consider to be the speaker right now, that was an important question. I don't think he answered you. I think he went around. I don't know. He danced around the question, but I just want to send a message to him and the likes of him that it's important that they emphasize the Supreme Court's decision in responding to such question. I believe that we can't play games right now. Our country is at a critical junction that you have to be straightforward in responding to this type of question. You know that Fanati Kofa was elected as the Speaker of the House. He remains the Speaker of the House until further notice, until he resigns. I wish we spent a lot of time talking about recurring budget, and that's good. You know, he talked about sometimes how people perceive. Actually, Moali asked me that question. He talked about how sometimes people perceive recurring budget to be related to just salary and buying cars and stuff like that. And he talked about, but it's related to other things such as books and medication. The problem is sometimes we don't know, we don't see those books and medication in schools or people that, or the effects of those books and medications to our students. So I think that next time, maybe perhaps being a little bit more um, explicit when he said, like, give us specific examples, like in this school, we send XYZ books and we can see the effects of those books, or we have these like, in recurring expenditure. I would have liked for him to also spend some time on revenue generation in the country, as opposed to recurring expenditure. How, to what extent does the budget support revenue generation? I think Dwalu asked an excellent question about supporting the diaspora community and small businesses. But can he tell us, are we solely dependent on donors community like the United States World Bank and African Development Bank? What percentage are they contributing to our to the budget, as opposed to to what are we doing? Are we honing on low hanging fruits when it comes to tourism? All right, are we using some of our natural environments and using our just bread and butter economy, bread and butter money to develop our different tourist sectors? I think that it was a great show overall. So that's basically all I had on my list. But thank you so much, and I just want to tell everyone thank you for the birthday wishes. Today actually is my oldest daughter's birthday. So if you're wondering why I'm here, she's younger, much younger than me. So they're out here, and tomorrow is my second daughter's birthday. Thursday was my grandson's birthday. So we have a lot. I feel sorry for my husband. He has to buy all of us gifts. So the young people are out hanging out, and I'm here just enjoying playing with grandma. I had the opportunity to spend time with the Trazama organization yesterday. It was fun. I was out after 12 o'clock. I enjoyed my birthday. This morning, my husband and a good friend of mine, took me to breakfast. So that was fun. So I'm here watching my grandson and just enjoying my time. So thank you everybody for the birthday wishes, and thank you panelists also for being here.
You're quite welcome, Dr. Richardson. Thank God you can see another birthday, and thank God you can spend it with your family, both at home and here with your spoon family. We love you. We wish you well. Godspeed. Fatima.
Well, I would like to thank each and every one of you, the panelists. I would like to say happy birthday to you, Dr. Richardson. We wish you God's blessings and favors upon your life. I just got a message from the female general, Lydia Jones. She wanted to wish you personally happy birthday. To our viewers and our contributors, to the people, our listeners, I want to say thank you so much for always tuning in to Spoon and making us part of your daily activities. We come here every day to ensure that our country, Liberia, her needs are heard by all of our people because it takes a collective effort for us to be able to do things that, to be the change that we want to see in our country. um there are some suggestions that I always hear. Dualu, I know people be saying that he's my TV husband, and this is the reason why, because he shares the same vision with me. We want a better Liberia, all of us on this show. And what he is proposing is for us, the private sector, to grow, help our people, for papa to come home running with plastic bag in his hand, for children to say our pa coming. When we grew up, those were the things that we saw our own fathers doing. And we want Liberian men to be appreciated by Liberian women. Our men are beautiful. Our men are hardworking. I don't want anybody to say Liberian men. Listen, I don't care what happened. I can never get away from Liberian men. So Liberian men are beautiful. I love Liberian men, and I believe that the Liberian men are the best men on the planet. Period. I don't care what somebody can hold their head, they hold their hand at that business. But the next thing I wanted to actually say is that I feel you can run away. I feel that there are a lot of good things that this government is doing that is not being showcased. Lot of good things that the government is doing. I think that people are not even expressing these things, and people are not don't know some of these things. And so I feel that people need to get credit in my line of work. They say if it was not written, it was not documented, it was not explained, it never happened. If you don't write it down, it never happened. So there are people that are not showcasing the gains this government is making. All of us here, we want a better Liberia. We want to retire in our home. I mean, right now, if I can just switch my computer, you'll see my suitcases are already packed waiting for me to leave, because I love Liberia. Everything about Liberia inspires me. So we come here every day to talk about this one great country, this one country that we love so dearly, that we come to preach about her so dearly, that sometimes CEO will just cut me off and keep me in the back just because I want to talk about Liberia. But all in all, we come here to ensure that our country is loved. Every Liberian whose navel strings were buried in our country loves that country. Even our offsprings, children that were born here, that haven't even made it to the country, they are claiming Liberia. They're repping. I rep LIB. I rep. Those are things that we yearn to see every day, that we want to see and we love. So we are happy. We are thankful. We are grateful for a better Liberia. Happy, happy birthday to my dearest sister, Dr. Richardson. I mean, we will celebrate you in grand style. We love you. Watch in the mail. Your gift is coming. We love you. Thank you.
Yeah, right. Dualu.
Yeah. Look, to our audience, to Doc, more health, longevity, and the wishes of your heart desire. We say happy birthday to you, sister. And I'm going to say this, though. Honorable Gafwan talk about the juxtaposition of what he promised here or what he discussed here tonight in a few months or in a year or so. I love us to continue to juxtapose what the government says during campaigning and throughout the delivery of the country. Guys, you don't understand it. Our common heritage is Liberia. The opportunities exist. We do have the attainable opportunities now as they exist, not to become a bigger country. There is nothing wrong with the World Bank helping us. But I don't want somebody to help my country with string attached, especially if the opportunity do exist now for us to be able to develop something in our own country that we control. I love that the government is thinking about tapping into the diaspora sector, and I will continue to ask the questions. I will call into Liberia and I will speak to the people responsible, because your brothers and sisters here in the West, and could you please meet your brothers and sisters here in the West? They're eager, they're desperate, they want something to happen in their country that is transformative, not just for people on the ground, but globally for rest of us across the country, so we can come out to our country and infuse some knowledge and infuse some capital and develop a sector that is going to hire LU graduates, that's going to develop brand new engineers in the country, new psychologists and new economists and new social workers, et cetera, new financial person engineers to build our roles. The possibilities are here. They are really here. They're actually possible today. Now, people ask the question as to whether, oh, why do you want government to do everything? No. In fact, the reason for my push for the private sector, so government cannot do everything. But guess what? There is no society that has developed where the government did not begin the process, or at least put some money into lifting that sector to sort of subsidize that sector. When the sector grew, the government leaves that sector. Now that sector pays a huge amount of taxes into the country. To develop Liberia, all got to put our hand on the us. And the only way we can do it is to put money together, is to invest into our country. I don't want that to prepare a loan over our Cuttington trying to teach when I can come in and teach a few economic courses or finance courses. This is how knowledge is transferred. Now, I got to make the disclaimer. I'm not suggesting that I'm a professor, but I'm just saying something, or somebody else who far more qualified than I am can go ahead and do that. This country must develop, and it's a great sacrifice from the likes of Dr. Bloper that's willing to come into the country and contribute greatly. We all have to do our part, and this is what we seek. Dr. Bloper, it was a pleasure, sir.
Thank you, Dwalu, and to all of my esteemed panelists, especially Her Royal Highness, who is celebrating a birthday. I see the crown, so I get it. I get it. Happy birthday, Dr. Richardson. CEO, as always, thank you for the opportunity. To all of our viewers, thank you for making the show what it is. It is an effort to make our country better. So it's good for all of us. It was good to have the minister on. He's a very experienced man. He learned it. And I think the show was more substance than sensation. I was a little disappointed. You know, the minister is a lecturer, and he lectured a little too much. He's such a critical cabinet member. I wanted him to get right to the issue, answer the question, so that my Mapu and Solomon could understand him. And he didn't do that often. He was too much talking about too many things. I will say that the budget is disappointing to me. The budget is disappointing to me. I was hoping that the president's first budget would be a radical realization that this president has come to rescue, where the majority of the citizenry in Liberia, which are poor people, will say, look, something good coming happen here. When I ask about job creation, you know, and Dwalu talks about it all the time, right on the boat with him. Job creation is the epicenter of socioeconomic development in a society anywhere. So when you just talk about this grant, this government, but you don't talk about job creation, you don't speculate, you don't project that we will create some jobs here, some jobs there, then you're not talking with appreciable specificity. So then the ordinary people say, okay, but other people think. So let's just go on our daily hustle and try to make a living for our couple rent. So I hope that this government will go back quickly. The Ministry of Labor will work together with the other entities to produce for us some projection on job creation. I will also say that if the president wants to become the most popular president in Liberia history in recent times, he will look at the budget and say, you know what, I want a recast. I want a shifting of resources from the upper echelon to the lower ones. Nobody can explain to us why the legislature need 39 point something million dollars the budget where most of the people are very poor. If that president said a recast, he become the champion of the people and fight small for the people. So you shift the narrative and people get our money feeling hopeful that their lives will be better. I want to say this in closing, CEO. The people who write, text, call, and I'm sure you get some of the same call all the time. It's, oh, don't talk bad about your country. You're all sorts of negative talk. I want to say to all of my fellow Liberians, the best thing we can do, the most patriotic Liberian, in my view, are the ones that are very critical yet consistently constructive in providing solutions for our country to move forward. Saying everything is all right when it's not is simply not patriotic. And only talking about the great things that are going on, we need to talk about a lot, but don't highlight the issues that are not right and where we can make a difference is a letdown. I am hopeful that a year from now, conversation will be different because the president have opportunities. Even if you go with this budget, if the president can commit CEO to every revenue envelope increase, if this president can say every extra dollar as we all perform, we're going to put it right to healthcare and education and small business development, and we're not going to do more extravagant spending at the top. And he can put his foot down and say, we are going to be disciplined. I heard the minister talk about that. We're going to be disciplined. The people of Liberia will start to do better. And 12 months later, we'll be in a much healthier place. I'm hopeful. And we'll all do our part to make sure we can get to that better place. Thank you, CEO, for the opportunity tonight.
Thank you very much, Dr. Poplar. I think it's unique. We're going to go to Acid Joe again. Guys, thanks a lot, Acid.
Yeah, thank you. From the minister's very long answers and just going all around the place, not really speaking to the issues. I just felt as if the minister is kind of disconnected from the reality on the ground. But again, I can't fault him. My understanding is he was out of the country for a good amount of time, so he is beginning to learn again what Liberia is. So he does not go down waterside other places to speak with the Yana boys and get a clear understanding of what's on the ground. Listen, today people are refusing US because they want to take LD. There is a catch. The issue of the rate exchange rate dropping is not backed by any economic policy. One thing happened. The government decided to not pour out more LD. The government is holding on to the LD, put out more US. So there's a lot of US on the market, less LD. Because of that, a lot of people running after getting LD, so the exchange rate is affected. Now, what that happens is if you want to buy go to buy something that you used to buy for $5, for instance, in US. Right now, the person will not be selling in US anymore. They will say, I'm selling my things $1,000 LD. Simply because if they were to take the US from you and then go to change the US to buy maybe rice, they would be at a loss. So the whole thing is kind of a messy kind of a place. But again, the minister came. I'm sure he wasn't in Liberia during the campaign period, or maybe he popped in 1 or 2 times. So he came to do his own campaigning today. The hospitals, they all getting jobs, the jobs floating all over. Go to JFK. Go to the thing not campaign no more. Don't ask me. Go to Spoon. You have to go to JFK tomorrow. Go to JFK. Go to Maryland County hospital. Just go to the places. They're there. The roads will be built. The title of empire for 12 years. It can be in 6 years. Listen, these are things they talk about. I asked the minister very simple question on his own numbers. CSA put out a report and said they saved the government some money from salary, from compensation. Look at the numbers there. At the end of the year, compensation will be reading around 315, 310. That's what it will be reading, compensation. It was at 299 in the budget. So how are you saving from 299 to 310 and you saving? Or same rescue now, it 10 also down, everything now 10 also down to number 210 also down too? I don't get it. Like everything is upside down. Look in the country. Send spoon on the street tomorrow. Send spoon in the market. Talk with the people. Do you know how many persons go in the market to sell today and they go home frustrated? No one is buying. They don't even have. Go there and see. Go and see the reality. Forget about this campaign. You know, sooner or later will come, or when sooner or later come, they will dance, they play, will get flower. Listen, go on the street of Liberia and you will see the reality. So in my mind, the minister, came, he was composed on speaking, but he was not ready to actually answer the questions. I asked him about the issue of the debt, and then Mo Adi talking about the 83 million. 83 million thing happened in 2023. What you get to do with the debt stock being added in 2024? It's different budgeting years. It was added with the debt stock from 2023. What you got to do with it? So no answer to anything. The minister goes around talking about his award he received from BBC, the football he played, how he scored one goal, and he play, all that kind of thing that he made. He got nothing to do with us. But overall, good show. And when the minister comes back the next time, I hope he will go back to a K1 teacher to tell him that the House of Representatives got one speaker, and I hope he will know the name of the speaker.
Thank you very much to everyone. I'd like to say again, don't forget tomorrow, one-on-one with the CEO. We haven't considered Tewonse Gonglo, the presidential candidate for the LPP. Yes, I think that's it. We're also going to be having Serena Cephas on segment 2. We'll be having a great show tomorrow. I want to say concerning Minister Augustine Kwei Gafwan, he's a very smart lecturer. I think performing today, maybe because of his first time, he didn't give it his best shot, but I'm holding him. Coming back next year or whenever, we expect the minister to deliver, and everything he said, we'll do it. Yeah, most of the things the minister said were kind of like in the campaign, but actually, I saw something different comparing Minister Gafwan to that of Samuel Twe. I saw the big shift. I saw the big difference. Right now, I can say. I also want to say, listen, this is about the Liberian people. Is this budget for the people, the poor people, a rescue budget? Well, you can decide. Let's see the performance. Let's see what we enter 2025. Let's see what the budget going to deliver. Because what we're operating on right now is the 2024 budget, which, of course, the minister distanced himself from this budget. We asked about what? The off-budget expenditure. But one thing he said, and I think we saw it in his face, when you ask, why are these things so high right now? All the debt we're paying, the minister was taken back. He said, listen, whether it's from the UP government, 12 years, or the CDC government, some of these things shouldn't be taking place. The Liberian people put in millions of dollars in the debt. For what? Because we have some very bad folks running the government at the time. We're going to hold Minister Gafwan to his word. We're going to hold Minister Gafwan to everything he said. And I've asked James and the rest of the guys to cut these clips and save it into our archive that will remind the minister. But we wish the government well. Promises the minister saying this government have taken and they continue to take on roles on education. The thing about drugs in all the hospital part, no. I gotta wait. I gotta close my one eye on that one yet. Okay? But again, we wish the government well. Dr. Richardson, folks want to call to wish you happy birthday. I know the rest of the guys going to go. Please, Dr. Richardson, hang on. The people say they won't call. They say, please, we would like to talk to Dr. Richardson. Give them time, let them call. Those that really have to go, we say thank you. You can leave. But we really want to do this real quick. Few people say they really have to call.
Stand down. Before the people call, I beg you, I forget. I want to ask Dr. Richardson something quickly. Oh, Dr. Richardson, someone sent me a message. I should ask you, when are you turning 18? Because they say you are, 16 or something.
I'm not even going to ask you.
Well, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Go ahead, you live, please.
I say,
Yeah.
my oldest daughter turned 26 today, huh?
People say you know that 16-year-old girl.
No one's speaking of you, Dr. Richardson.
Yes.
I want to call you Plamatoni. Can we let you do one happy birthday? So Dr. Richardson, a wonderful woman, the woman that brings.
But who are you? Who are you? Who are you?
You people so rude. Why can I order rude more order again?
My man, I representative talking about.
Appetite and then taste.
Oh, that representative, are you coming out in the leg, Gazo?
Plamato. Let me finish my birthday, man.
Now who done?
That was Mama Break.
Oh, I represented. I keep going from here to there. To go
Hey,
to
I said, you let me hear my birthday greet.
I just want to say happy birthday. I'm so grateful for our path to cross. And I say to you, thanks for being the woman you are. You are one committed, one faithful. You are principle-minded person. And I say I'm always following you on Spoon. And I see your issue is not about...
But made it too short now. Other people calling.
Well, let me tell you, you know how long I'm Spoon yet?
You left for that team Kofa. Nobody know where you at. So made it too short.
I told you, say I'm in my district working. You want to see me come in my district, my friend?
So you say support. You say support. You say support. You say support for that team
Kofa. Our feet on the fire to go to work. I said I'm supporting the right thing to be done. I want the Liberian people work to be done. I'm tired of being cheerleader. I don't want to be cheerleader. You come and pour on the fire. Okay, I said I'm on school. Some people say I'm supporting this side. Some people say I'm supporting that. I cheer you, crap. Cheering squad with 1 year. They can't tell me coming down the 50.
No can't tell me. They can't tell me postpone. No money. But go ahead.
So let me say, they got money. They got money. Don't worry. The thing I want to say about. That the person I'm getting my happy birthday. I let me monopoly politics, please.
I'm telling you, right?
People. That happy birthday, may you live to see many more years to come. I know during the difficult period of Spoon, you were there keeping your heads up high and making sure that network spin. Thank you, and may God give you many more years to come.
Thank you, Representative. I'm calling you tomorrow morning. Pick up your phone.
Coming tomorrow, I'm a G panel. Let's talk. Santa will be jealous.
For what so?
I'm speaking to him. Fuck off.
Hey, please, I don't care for bad. See, your husband came, he didn't call me bad. Now we're gonna bring us someone else. Your name, you live, your name and where you joining us from?
I'm representing for the E family.
Go ahead.
Today I called to wish my big sister, happy birthday.
Yes.
I want to say publicly to the Liberian people, we wish her well. We she continue with her role in public service.
Thank you.
That God will give her 100 more years to come. That we in both minds will appreciate her time on life, and she'll be a blessing to this nation.
Amen.
Happy birthday again, big sister.
Are you gonna wish Mr. Cummings happy birthday too?
Amen, my smart brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Said I beg you. I said don't put yourself in our family matter.
I'm telling you.
There's nothing about politics. I've talked to my brother-in-law. I talked to her today.
Yes, this morning.
We celebrate the day in joy.
Yes.
Forget about us. We are too much of political talk. We're talking family matter here. Already we'll talk politics tomorrow after my sister's birthday.
Sorry, thank you. But I heard that four of your members going back home for the.
God,
this to you, I will respond to you now.
But you said no more politics, I meant bye. You said no more politics, bye.
My birthday, no politics.
Have a bonfire, enjoying some good meat, and singing some victory song. So forget about the politics today.
All right, bye. Thank you. Thank you, bye. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, my name is Lucini L. Chwawari, and I join you here from New Jersey.
Yeah.
Especially Orange.
Mm-hmm.
I want to use this medium publicly to tell my birthday, which is to Sis Richardson. Yes. I wish her long life and prosperity. We pray that she live longer so that to keep propagating those good messages on Spoon, because Spoon Network is a network in Liberia wherein people in the countries and people outside of the country, everybody listening to it, and then she's one of the objective panelists on Spoon Network. So all of the best, sis.
Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you, Mr. Charlie. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. The message, you're one of the best objective panelists.
Today's my birthday.
You only objective when it comes to Mr. Cummings. Your name and where you joining us from?
I don't listen to here.
Hello?
Yes, your name. Where you joining us from, please?
My name is Joe Sacco. I'm just calling from Pennsylvania.
Talk to us, sir.
I'm just calling to wish my sister, Dr. Richardson, happiest of all birthdays.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me take the last call because we gotta go.
Right?
Baby, because we gotta go. Your name and where you joining us from?
Thank you.
Yeah, CEO, this George Korea Morris calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Go ahead, Georgie.
Yeah. Dr. Richardson, I just want to take the time to extend God's greeting and blessing upon you and your family as you celebrate the day. Enjoy yourself. Fatima?
I better leave Fatima alone. You call for Dr. Richardson, leave Fatima alone. Man, what kind of medicine? We'll take the last call. Your name always joining us from. I mean, you want to talk about the guys that leave Fatima alone. Yeah. All right. Dr. Richardson, happy birthday. I want to say thank you.
Can we sing a happy birthday song, please?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Doctor. Happy birthday
to
May God bless you. I'm going to do it. May God bless you. May God bless you. May God bless you. Happy birthday to you. Pray. Hey,
so much. I appreciate
1 year younger, God's grace, God's grace.
So how are you? That Richardson 10.
25.
56. Why should I have my age?
You almost cash out with me.
I got a check mark to everything, you know.
You know what? 56?
Yes.
Seriously?
Very serious.
I know you just old and ugly, but I can still young.
56?
Yes, I'm 56 years old.
Wow. You don't look like
my
though.
daughter turned 26 today.
I mean, Fatima says she turned. If Fatima says she turns 60, we believe it, but not you.
My daughter is turning 24 tomorrow.
I guess.
I want to say that listen, let me tell you guys, you know, we say thank you a lot for sticking with us. Somebody want to wish you happy birthday, but I can't take that person call.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have us to end. Okay. I appreciate you. I appreciate Fatima joy. Bye-bye.
Anything tell me tomorrow
did you cook? I mean, they cook for you today?
People just brought in food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
I
mean, they bought the food from Wallasa Market, though. I don't think they cook.
I just appreciate the love.
Yeah, check it.
We have water, potato greens, casar leaf, GB.
Yeah. But Richardson, man, have fun. Enjoy the rest of the night. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Fatima, stay. Let that Richardson go. Stay, please. I gotta take a special call. I don't want that Richardson to spoil her day. Yagazi. I mean, Yagazi, wait till Fatima for 1 minute. Let Fatima come back. Somebody want to say, they say, I don't know if I should do it. They've been packing. They say they really got to tell that Richardson happy birthday.
It's okay.
Huh?
The Richardson ain't got time. Say, let the person say.
No, the person called it though.
Okay, let him call. What's wrong with that?
All right. So I'm gonna take the call.
Yes. She ain't here, it won't hurt. Why you tell the team? Scaredy cat A1. It meant I.
You gotta give me out. Okay, we'll see. Cap, you laugh. What you say? That, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wish you Dr. Richardson happy birthday. You know, back gonna be back up. I wish you a happy birthday. I could have sent text to her and she read it. But hey, it is what it is. Happy birthday to you, Dr. Richardson.
Don't come put any top behind it. Just say happy birthday. Let's say it is what it is.
And then wishing the woman long life and prosperity. But you want to have a Kev, go ahead.
Hey, Fatima, you guys. You know, yeah, I wish you a happy birthday. You know, she's an old friend of mine, so I hope she enjoy her birthday. And you know,
and Mr. Cummings' birthday too, Kev. And Mr. Cummings' birthday too.
Oh, Mr. Cummings?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, happy birthday, Mr. Cummings. I hope.
All right, bye, Kev. Bye, Kev. Bye, Kev.
Happy birthday, Amara.
Listen, I said this, man, but what I said, Amara is my man. Happy birthday to him. We wish him well. Dr. Richardson, Mr. Cummings, and all those that celebrating birthday. I want to say that a special one coming from my mother-in-law. She will celebrate her birthday December 13th, which is next week. Ooh, I don't know what to do, but I'm going to cook. I think I will cook potatoes.
You going to Wawa to cook anything from Wawa? Because they don't say anything.
Listen, Fatima, I did something today. Guess what?
What?
I want a Dunkin' Donut today. Yeah.
You did?
Fatima,
He
seriously,
never likes Dunkin' Donuts, period.
I want a Dunkin' Donut today, and I think I'll be going to Dunkin' Donut for the biscuit, and I'll be going to Wawa for the coffee.
What happened to the bagel?
No.
You forgot
I'm tired of the bagel.
Oh.
I experienced something at Dunkin' Donut today. I'll be going there, and I'll be going to Wawa for the coffee, because you know what? The government have switched the rate. 70-30. You can see. You can see. We can do the 70-30 for you too.
Let me ask you a political question now.
Yes, ma'am.
So who is the speaker for the Republic of Liberia?
You asking me?
You asked that question. I'm trying to see where you're.
The speaker, as far as I know, is J. Fonati Kofa. Yeah. To be frank. And I will say this, and I think my brother for the family anniversary don't get mad at me. It have to be resolved. The Supreme Court didn't resolve the issue, right? When I said, Fatima, that we had the ruling at the time, but the Supreme Court washed their hands off, people say, but Stanton, what you mean?
You did say
the
that.
The Supreme Court sent it back to them. And I do believe that's a theater, right? But we are not in the theater.
No.
We are outsider. We're from the outside.
Okay.
Fonati say his own, and Richard Kun say his own. You know why? They say, get me 49, I'm out. Two things must happen. Fonati must resign, or the majority black must have 49. You know the third thing? The executive branch might help the Liberian people understand who they're doing business with.
Period.
This is why we're happy next week. The senators, and people got to listen to this one, they have to take a position. I'm not talking about one individual. I'm talking about the Senate as a unit. They have to take a position. Who are they going to work with? Will they work with the majority black, or will they work with Fonati Kofa and his people? Let's just agree. Now, Fonati get 4 members from the majority black going back home. Like we are hearing.
They're not.
No. You have your time. You ask a beautiful question. 4 members going back home. It brings up Fonati member to around 34, 33, 34. Let's just agree. Right, Yekezi? Fonati does not have quorum. But then they too, they don't have quorum.
How?
You know what? They will go back to those that signed the document and say we have a signature page. They will go back. And so we do have a signature page. Fatima, signature page, not a vote. We are in a situation that somebody, either the executive or the Senate, help the Liberian people to make a decision here. Richard Cook can do Richard Cook. Funati can do Funati. The Liberian people business will not be done. So I do believe that Funati resign or in a clear sequence, no ultra virus, right? Yeah, no viruses, no the AIDS, no the this one, no the that one. In a clear manner that they call Funati and say, my man, come, let's get you due process. We're not going by the signature page no more. We have 49 people. We investigate you. We want you out. Put your hands up. All 49 say Funati, we don't want you. Case closed. Other than that, this week would be a very, very rough week for Liberian people. And you know what I'm hearing? I don't want to say because I'm happy that Councilor Tewan Gonglo coming tomorrow, Serena Sifos coming tomorrow, and on Monday, on Tuesday, it would be a wonderful battle. But you can ask me anything you want to ask me. I look in the camera there. I think right now, Funati still remain the speaker, and we want to see how this unfolds next week.
So do you want me to give scenario 2? My
yes,
one, I will be all your people.
No, go ahead, talk to me. Yes, talk to me because I know Jay-Z is on overtime. You're gonna sing.
I'll just wrap up in 1 minute. You can see that.
No. You gotta go with that sandwich. You can see when I go free today. Go ahead.
You can see. Let me give my own scenario. This week, the 43 men who I believe that first of all, these men, I think
men and
women. I think they've put their lives, their reputation on the line. I don't think there is nobody going to break or fall or drop. You know, I think that our first interview with the speaker, where he was talking about room 1026 and all of that, I think it dragged this whole thing out of whack. So let me tell you my end result from watching the political climate in Liberia. This week, these 43 people will start addressing the budget. They will continue with their speaker, Richard Kuhn, who I think will eventually become the speaker, who is the speaker at this point, but will be accepted by all. And I think
I agree with you. You used the word eventually. I agree.
Yeah. And I believe also that these people on Funati's side too will just be tired of being lame duck. I mean, you want to support somebody, but you also have to support the government and the people.
And this is what I'm saying to you, Sister Fatima.
So eventually, this
Funati, you know what Funati they say?
Very good. Yeah.
Okay, listen. We're just trying to find a solution here, right? Funati, Dixon, Sibo, all of them saying they get a budget too, they'll be working on the budget. Okay. So you gotta understand this now. And when we say that the executive got to step in, people say it's not the executive business. No. It is the executive business because the Liberian people business involved, right? But to say, and everybody will be watching on Tuesday, you're going to have Funati and his group. If you got 1, 2, 3, 4 individual cross over to Funati I make gain. He's going to run with that case. They say ultra virus. Funati say, I don't have virus. For the family that came out and say, no, we don't have virus. Who get the virus?
I don't think nobody crossing over CEO.
Somebody. No. Forget about crossing over Fatima. Yeah. One of these group get virus. They say ultra viruses. Who running with the AIDS virus in them? Let me start talking. The virus that Senator talk about. Senator have diagnosed somebody who carry virus in the House of Representatives. Who should say carry that virus? Who get the virus in the blood and in the body right now? Who get the COVID virus? Is it a fanatic group get COVID virus, ultra virus, or Richard Kuhn people get the ultra virus? One of these groups get virus, and we know this kind of thing. Donald Trump said they will use bleach. They will start using bleach pretty soon. Who get the virus, we will know. Whether the Funati get the virus or the Richard Kuhn get the virus, they got to tell the Liberian people who get the virus. And who the Senate you got to tell us.
Majority sit. There is no quorum with 34 men.
Okay, but Fatima,
Yeah.
Fatima, somebody get a virus, right? Scenario, she's not a doctor, right?
No.
And now the woman is scenario, right? Right, you can see. Yeah, she's not a doctor. So where she take the virus thing from? Where she take the virus thing from?
I think you and that woman had a conversation because you told me the thing the night before. You said that woman
was
was You said that woman was drapé with some kind of.
I didn't get that woman number. But the thing I'm talking here tonight, that virus issue that woman told about, somebody get that virus. And they won't get virus in the house, we know. But guys, thank you very much. A great show. Happy birthday to Dr. Richardson and all our folks. You can see you guys did extremely well. Talk to Nelson. Talk to Nelson for your extra coverage. We want to say thank you a lot. May God bless you. May God bless our network. May God save the state. Have a good night.
Thank you so much, Liberian people. Goodbye.
All right. So, folks, that's it. That's all the time we have to be here on this edition of the show. You can join the one-on-one with the CEO and Abdullah Katema tomorrow. Councillor Tawan Gonglo of the LPP will be the guest. And so my name is Yekezi Zobel, bidding you a pleasant good morning. It's good morning from Liberia. Bye-bye.